Finna start. We're going to go ahead and start, Commissioner. Unfortunately, we have about 26 speakers tonight, so we're going to limit it to 2 minutes, and we'll probably be late starting our meeting. So if you have an item that's on the agenda, we certainly will be starting our meeting late tonight because we have so many speakers. But we will limit it to 2 minutes because of that. Bella Grace. This is Bella Grace, Miss Gross, I'm sorry, Groce. Bella, first name, Groce, last name. Thank you. Margaret Hayes.
On Quintet,
Good afternoon.
we
My name
have
is
a
Margaret
whole
Hayes.
family
My husband and
that
I
has lost
reside
their
at
house due to
1951
flooding.
Stacy Road in the Cottage Hill neighborhood of Cantonment, Florida.
This is on Quintet
thank
and
you first
Stacy
for the
Road. These people are going to
opportunity
need
to
some
speak.
help.
Here's the video.
We have a new development that has apparently blocked all this area.
This is a neighbor's home about a little walking distance from mine. My immediate neighbor, Stephanie Dukes Beach, has narrated, and she was the one that took the video. This happened on July 14th of this year when average rainfall, because it happened next to a new subdivision being constructed, site prepared under D.R. Horton for their development, disallowed rainwater that had formerly flowed into the wetlands area, now has nowhere to go. So it has gone across the street, consumed the volume of the culvert beneath the street, and now is pooling. And the gray house that you see there belongs to the Bell couple, and they are a fixed income couple with a 960 square foot home that's now been flooded completely. This is one of the primary issues that I wanted to bring to your attention. And while I appreciate all of your hard work and community service helping us here in the county, it's starting to get to the point where we've long recognized we don't have the adequate infrastructure to deal with even normal rains now, let alone storm or anything like that, serious storms. The family, I was not able to get in contact with them this morning, so I don't know what their damages are, and it is entirely possible that the county is helping them mitigate those damages. But we've not had this kind of typical rainfall come to this amount of flooding in that intersection.
Margaret, thank you. Can you close it? Your time is up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margaret.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. And just very briefly, there was some issue with the project itself. If something was not appropriate at the time that happened. I mean, it does appear, and it seemed a couple days after that there were some pipes or something that were blocked, that weren't functioning the way that they should. That can't be that's not going to be the ongoing outcome of stuff there, or the project won't happen. That's not the way it's not the way it's engineered, and it's certainly not supposed to be the way that it's on the ground. There were issues with pipes, I guess, during the construction or during the site work. The dirt into the pipes or something was blocking the runoff area, so that you had a very large dry area that nothing was getting to because it was blocked by debris. But thank you. Sorry about that.
Commissioner Barry, I saw that probably was a low-income house. Any support you need from me in making sure that we address the issue, we certainly support it. Tiffany LaRoe.
My name is Tiffany LaRue. I live at 2018 Matheson Road. 3 weeks ago, the planning board denied the sector plan opt-out for the Woodlands Park development, but that is what I'm coming here to speak about. It has been removed from the discussion for today, but we all know that this is not the end of that discussion, and light needs to be shed on these decisions. It is imperative that this Board of County Commissioners realize that they need to move forward with the interests of the residents of this county in mind, the interests of the people who pay their overly large salaries and retirement plans, not the interests of developers with large bank accounts. It came to light during the attempt to opt out and rezone Mr. Hemmer's properties that he was in talks with you about the plot of land he intended to donate for a school. Excuse me, I'm losing my breath. He was in negotiations with you to donate a plot near the Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club, and really sounds, and apparently you all have no problem with the children being right next to the gun range. It doesn't really sound like you're concerned for the well-being of the citizens you serve. We all heard that you have been working on this with Mr. Hemmer for a while, but we only heard about it recently. You were willing to drop what would basically be a whole population the size of Gulf Breeze into a rural area that cannot support it. Molino Utilities doesn't currently have the capacity for water for this development, and ECUA can't even bring my family new trash cans when we need them because they don't have enough, and supposedly ECUA can handle the waste of over 4,000 more residents. No one should have the job of county commissioner who is not an advocate for the needs of the people. When you're doing deals with developers, you should see yourselves as stewards of our money. You should be trying to get us the best deal, not a deal for the people with the deep pockets. And so far, I don't see you doing that. Who's going to pay for the new school on that little piece of land you got? Us. Who's going to pay to expand the capacity of Molino Utilities to accommodate Mr. Hemmer's profits? Us.
Tiffany, thank you. Your time is up. Can you close, please?
In closing, I hope you'll reconsider your motivations as you do your job serving the citizens, your very own neighbors of this county.
We appreciate it. Commissioner Berry.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And since we don't have an active application currently from the developer, I can say something where I've been really unable to say that, and I appreciate many of my constituents making the trip down this evening. I believe about the issue. I believe I've returned every email that I've gotten, and I've spoken to a number of them on the telephone. And now I can give a little bit of history that I was unable to give while we had a pending application. So a few weeks before you saw signs go up in your neighborhood, I was approached by the developer about what I would think about this idea. And I was unwilling to be supportive of that. I was not supportive of that. And I thought that may be that at the time. Evidently that was not that. They went ahead and made an application to move forward with the requests that they proposed to me anyway. Then they attended and scheduled a meeting in Barnett Park and, took part in that. I think the thought at the time was, well, if I would not be supportive of them, then they could go and they would be able to garner the community support, and then you could put pressure on me to be supportive of the project or of the requests. I don't think that's how that went, but once the applicant made a request for a rezoning, once they made a request for a future land use, I think everybody would respect the fact that those hearings, if you've ever been to them, they're quasi-judicial. You have a court reporter. They're obviously taped and archived. Everyone has the right to a hearing. Everyone has the right, excuse me, if you're a landowner, you have the right to make a request of your government to, he could have made a request to put the Astrodome on the 1,000 acres. Any landowner can make a request for anything. So the signs going up are the product of a request being made of the county, and the signs go up for the community to be made aware of that there are requests that have been made of us. But the evidence that the decision that's mine and my colleagues is to be based on the evidence that you hear in the hearing, the testimony that's given, the proposal that's made, the presentations. That's where you're to base your decision on. It would be it puts the county in a very unhealthy position legally, myself in one, to come out when someone has a pending request that is deserved a hearing and say that that's not something I'm going to support. Everyone in that scenario is due a hearing. They're due a fair shake. Now that the request has been removed, I can say something where I've had to, for a long period of time, I was in a position where I couldn't say anything. I certainly was not invited to the meeting at Barron Oak Park, which is okay. I don't think it went the way that, the way that they would have hoped that it would go. So all I would ask, and, since there was one person spoke to it, I thought it would be appropriate for me to say something because I haven't said something publicly, but to try to base your feelings and your emotions and your, the gauging of the public service that's being done by your elected official or your elected officials on what does happen, not what someone may request. So the sector plan itself, the memorandum of understanding, the MOU for that goes back to 2006, 2007. It was adopted in 2010, 2011. There are entitlements that already exist on the property. At some point in time in the future, there will be development there. There'll be houses. There'll be of some sort. But there are already entitlements that exist on the property. It's hard to imagine any scenario where there would be any increased entitlements given on that property. So it's, I understand it's concerning, and it's great that everybody's interested, and you're certainly concerned about your communities, but it's at least an opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues, I appreciate the indulgence for a few minutes for me to be able to say something publicly that prior to now I haven't been able to say. And I would just ask that you, again, you base the assessment of the public service that you're being done on the things that happen, not the things that someone may just propose. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Berry. Jim Sites.
Yeah, and I apologize. Any negotiations between the developer about a school were had with the school board, not with the Board of County Commissioners. I nor my colleagues, I don't think we're, any of us, none of us were parties to any of those discussions, for the record as well.
Thank you. Welcome, Jim.
Hi, I'm Jim Seitz. I live in Molino, and I'm here to talk about that subject there. And as we pointed out in the Planning Commission, they have great plans for that. And the lawyer for the developer was talking about 4,350 or some type number. And then all of a sudden, she's talking about up to 23,000. And that's when Molino Utilities kind of went berserk, saying there's no way on that, because they were stretching for the other one. So I don't know what the plan is. Is for 4,300 or for 23,000 max? But I think we pointed out a few times where 29 doesn't handle the traffic that's there now. You can throw a cord across the road and measure the counts, but it doesn't work when you got a train blocking traffic for 15, 20 minutes and nothing gets through. There's no ambulances going through, there's no nothing. And then when you have a hurricane, that is an evacuation route, and it goes all the way up to 65. And they're gonna dump, say, 8,000 cars. They're all gonna wanna leave, or a good majority of them. How are they gonna handle that? Because I've heard so many stories about, oh, I spent hurricane fill in the blank on 29 trying to leave. Never got out. Last one we had, Hurricane Sally, closed 29, just north of Quintet Road. There's a nice dip there, it filled it up nicely, nobody got through. So, I mean, you guys need infrastructure on a lot of things, but you gotta reconsider an evacuation route that's already inadequate. And you're gonna add, even if it's only 4,300 cars. Most people are married, most families have more than one car. Then most people aren't gonna wanna leave one car here to flood and run away in the other one. They're gonna wanna take them both. So you're gonna have a lot of traffic.
Jim, could you close it? Your time is done.
Okay,
Thank you, Jim.
thank you much.
Molly. Fuquay. Thank you, Molly. I was a little reluctant to get it wrong, Molly, but I knew I could get Molly because Molly Bears is here, but so I knew I could get it right.
It's been said 1,000 ways.
Yeah, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Molly Fuquay, and I live in Molino, Florida. And I'm here tonight to discuss the proposed developments with District 5, particularly the sector plan. But we know it's just a matter of time before development extends even further than the sector plan. Growth is inevitable, but good quality control growth is necessary. Donation of acreage for roads, schools, and fire departments is proposed. Local franchises are providing water, but the county will be required to provide the remaining infrastructure. The required planning will cost many, many tax dollars. The budget has already fallen short, as demonstrated by lack of funding for current infrastructure. I'm here to ask the board to consider re-implementing concurrency and impact fees. While I know this subject will not be popular with builders and developers, it's necessary to relieve the total burden on the taxpayers. Concurrency was eliminated when housing and development was much slower than it is now. There was also some property tax relief at that same time, but both policy elimination and tax relief mostly benefited big developers, builders, and very large landowners. We need concrete, long-term plans for schools, emergency response, fire stations, roads, law enforcement, excuse me, and adequate utilities. Recently, even Santa Rosa County is starting to discuss implementation of impact fees. In the rural north end of District 5, we have limited amenities. The lack of infrastructure has already impeded the development of commercial growth. The developers and builders will do their jobs, people will buy their homes, but all our tax dollars will be left to pick up the pieces as we lose our quality of life that we currently enjoy and new residents will be expecting. We would appreciate the opportunity for Mr. Berry for a town hall to hear and discuss legitimate concerns of your constituents, and hopefully
Ma'am,
you
could you
have
go ahead and close? Your
answers.
time is up, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
I
much.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Teresa Blackwell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, while she's walking up, I believe there's, I don't know if the press release has gone out yet, but the next town hall is going to be at Molino Community Center. I believe it's the 29th of August, so just later this month. So,
Okay,
I
August
should have
29th.
said that too, yeah.
I won't be able to make it, but good job. Go ahead, Teresa.
Be there in spirit.
In spirit, I will
Okay,
be there.
thank you.
Yeah, I support you.
Good evening, Teresa Blackwell. I live in Beulah, 6670 Wonder Lake Road. This is going to be just short, but the Beulah Master Plan, I've been wondering where that is. It's been 4 months since we chose Sigma and their
Mr. Chairman, will
planner.
you stop her time real quick? Teresa, we're having the kickoff meeting August 21st. in
August
Beulah.
21st?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, good to know. I had called the planner and he hadn't gotten back to me. Okay, and then the other thing is concurrency and impact fees. I was glad to hear Commissioner Burgash bring that up today, and I would have to study it to figure it all out, but it sounds good to me. And I also thank you for putting OLF 8 on the agenda for discussion. I believe that is necessary for the people to speak as well as the commissioners besides Commissioner Berry. So, thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Charles Slomar.
My name is Charles Falmer. I live at 440 Weeping Willow Court, which is right on the north side of Barron Park Road, right there at Highway 29. I had a lot to say here, but I think I'm just trying to keep it real short for everybody's benefit. But I just don't understand what's behind a developer thinking that when he buys a piece of property, he knows the zoning for it. He knows what it's zoned for when he buys it. They don't buy 1,000 acres without knowing what it's zoned for, and assume that they can go from 2 dwellings per acre to 18 dwellings per acre. There's something that makes him think that's going to work, and I'm glad it hasn't so far. I just hope we know we're going to have development. We need it. I mean, there's population growing. My kids need a place to live. My grandkids need a place to live. I would like to see us keep the spirit of the rural community we have up there. I mean, we need to build houses. Places need to have a place to live, but let's just be smart in how we do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charlotte Daniels.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlotte Daniels. I live at 3796 Highway 29 North. I'm here, I wanted to speak just very quickly about the sector plan and everything. But first I want to say, what is 10 Mile Road, Well Line, 2 of them, Highway 29, Cedar Tree Lane, Quintet Road, and the middle of Quintet Road, and Atmore Highway all have in common. They all are getting subdivisions. So as far as growth, we know it's coming we know that it's coming, but there's several places that are being built right now. We also need to be thinking, like everyone has mentioned, about infrastructure. We do not have the present infrastructure to support these buildings and their homes and things like that. We talked about Highway 29. As you have to get these people to work, so they're going to have to go south on Highway 29, or they're going to have to go south on the old highway on the old highway on 95A. You already have a school right there that's asking people to divert, not to go that way. They want you to turn down Neal Road. So we can't get the people out that we have right now. We also need to think about, you've thought about the service trucks as far as like log trucks that are going down Barano Park Road. Once you have people coming out of the subdivision, they're not going to be able to go down there. They're going to have to go down Old Pensacola Road. So once again, you're going to have structural things going on that highway and things like that. I just ask that you step back and look at the progress in the buildings that are going in the neighborhoods. Just because you can do it doesn't necessarily mean you should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Wilkerson.
All right, Mr. Chairman, and while he's making his way up, very briefly as well, because it affects a number of the people that are here. It is on the agenda tonight, but one of the items on the agenda is resurfacing and widening Barano Park Road from Highway 29 to Old Palafox. For what it's worth, there are probably some people in the audience that is of some concern to.
Yeah, my name's Ed Wilkerson. I live off Wilder Road, a couple of 100 yards from the parcel 3A, Barano Park Road and 29. The only reason they want to rezone it is more money. More dwellings, more money. That's the bottom line. And they don't even live here. Another thing, the water supply is all coming from underground wells. Anything from Well Line Road to Barano Park Road, all new development will be new wells. Champion right now draws 26 million gallons a day from wells on Well Line Road. So any rezoning would put more pressure on our hopefully forever water supply, and hopefully is underlined. This proposed rezoning for the profit of these developers must not be allowed. No one has presented any competent, substantial evidence that this rezoning is in any way a logical, orderly development pattern, which I quote from this sheet. Low density, 4 cars, 4 dwellings per acre. It was 1,500 acres. I just took 750 acres, 4 dwellings per acre as it is now. That's 3,000 cars per dwelling. Well, for the 750 acres. 3,000 cars at 4 dwellings per acre. And most people have 2 cars. High density, 750 acres, 16 dwellings per acre. That's 12,000 cars at 1 car per dwelling. That's just the 1,500 acres on the corner.
Ed, your time's up. Can you go ahead and end it?
All right. Well, we all vote, and we appreciate it.
Great. Mary Sites.
Hi, I'm Mary Sites, and part of the Barano Parkway, people objecting to the development. And one of my other concerns is simply when the hurricanes hit, the damage is done, and you don't see much progress made in this proud city that we have. It's taken forever to get Maritime Park area fixed. It's taken forever to get your beautiful Spring Street Library repaired. You closed the genealogy building. You've done other things to compensate for removing benches from the library to put the homeless. You don't address the homeless. We have so many issues, and yet I see very little progress. And we came from a rural area of the suburbs of Chicago, where it went from the two-lane road, it developed into 54,000 people in the subdivision that we were in. Our taxes went from $1,000 to $10,000 by the time we left. And which was really sad is that when these developers want to put water and remove our septics, which you would eventually do to these people in Molino, they wanted to charge us $60,000 per household to put in water and sewers. You're going to run us all out. And that's why we're here and not in Chicagoland anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Cullen?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, go
Mary,
ahead.
just so you know, on the genealogy branch, you referenced a lot of things that the city's done. So the city had the genealogy branch lease with PSC, and PSC made them essentially an offer that they wouldn't have to refurbish the building if they went ahead and released it. So that was the city that.
But the genealogy building was owned by the city.
No, ma'am.
No.
It's owned by
Okay.
PSC. They had the lease, and then we run the libraries, and so we did it through that.
But you moved it into the main library on Spring Street.
Yes, ma'am.
You removed the computers. You get the federal grants to buy wide print printers that are not in use, because I ask every week when I
Sure.
go to the library.
If you want to, Angela's back here in the back, if you want to discuss the library issues with her, and then we can talk to our library, because we do that. And so if there's some library issues, I'd be happy to help
There
address
are,
it.
because you don't have the kids' rooms fixed from the hurricane.
I'm sorry?
The children's section on the first floor, that
Sure.
is not repaired yet.
Okay.
And then to
But that's
remove-
also, the city owns the building on that one too, so.
Why can't you maintain? That's all I want to know.
But that's the thing, is that we have to work through the city, they're working through their insurance, and FEMA's taking a lot longer than it did before, and so.
You don't even get the grass. and
Ma'am,
weeds.
I would
know.
say that you
So-
could talk to his
yeah.
assistant right there, and she'll be happy to help you. Bruce Cullen?
Yes. Hi, thank you. Bruce Cullen, 3541 Highway 196 in Molino. Like many folks here, we had great concerns when we saw the proposed development right down the road from that. And although, we know growth is inevitable, smart planning, smart growth is what we're all looking for. I totally would like you guys to consider the concurrency planning and impact fees when you're looking at future developments in those areas. I have great concern with critical infrastructure, and my background's in emergency management. One of the primary concerns I have is EMS services in that area. 2 years ago, my wife had spontaneous compression fractures in the middle of the night. Took an hour for an ambulance to get there. She couldn't move her arms and legs. 2 weeks ago, a dear friend of mine on Kingsfield Road fell, broke his hip and shoulder, waited 2 hours for an EMS. That's not acceptable, and I don't think you think that's acceptable either. You're elected to solve these problems and to even prevent many of these problems. Another great concern that I have is downstream flooding. I know it's required with these developers to look at storm drain-off plans, mitigation plans for that in the areas they're developing. But please consider, as you're developing that area, to look downstream at mitigation efforts for like Cal Devil Creek, Jacks Branch Creek, having frequent over-road flooding, which cuts off access to that. Hurricane Sally, Jacks Branch Creek crossed Highway 29 and cut that off for some time. So please, in your requirements, or you're looking at these developers, have them look at downstream flooding. Backwater flooding is a thing that just continues to be a problem with these large developments, large land clearing, and just like your consideration on that on any future developments in North Escambia. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Wilson?
Hey, I'm Laura Wilson. I live at 3625 Perdita Lake Road off Jacks Branch Road, and I actually didn't know I was going to speak tonight. I do object to this development, only in a small area, such a big plan. It seems you're putting more people in that one small area than what we even have in the Molino area. And I'm concerned with also not only EMS, but our sheriff's department. And they're kind of like far and few out there. You're waiting about the same amount of time, so you're going to bring in more people. It does cause more crime, unfortunately. We're not like golden out there. There is crime. So those are also just a couple other things other than just the traffic. The traffic already, it's just awful, you know? But surely y'all are going to work on that, right? Eventually.
Oh, yeah, we're working right now, Lauren. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right,
Thank
but
you.
that's all I had to say. Like I said, I didn't know I was even going to be speaking. I didn't know that's what I signed up for.
No worries.
All right, thank you.
People mislead us all the time. Carol Armstrong. Carol Armstrong.
Hello, I'm Carol Armstrong. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I live on 4241 Shift Go Road in Cantonment. I've lived in Escambia County wonderfully so, since 1972. A few years back, I became aware of the sector plan and was so glad to hear that our county was actually making a plan for growth, unlike the many years of helter-skelter growth with mixed businesses in the middle of neighborhoods and new areas of growth causing difficulties on the roads and public services and severely overcrowded schools. I attended some of the meetings where the plans were shared and options presented. I was especially pleased to see the agricultural areas were being preserved and zoned at low density. I recently received a mailer that noted that a zoning change near our property was being requested and had seen the notices on Highway 196 and 29. I attended a community meeting and met Mr. Hemmer and was shocked to learn that there was much more at stake in the request for the medium and high density zoning with 1,500 acres and thousands of homes and townhouses and even apartments. I was appalled that a developer had swooped in with the purchase and planned to undo the rural way of life on the north end of the county that was supposed to be part of the sector plan. Thankfully, after the planning board meeting, he pulled his opt-outs from being considered for the properties that day. I'm concerned that there are a number of agriculturally zoned areas or low-density large lot that support agricultural endeavors. Many people in this area have micro-farms or micro-businesses that they use as supplemental income or just to support their own families in terms of either farming or small animal husbandry like chickens, goats, rabbits, and more. The development of these properties will inhibit the endeavors by the increase of the runoff impacting the ability to grow crops, the drainage of the local area, as well as the increase of the predators for livestock. There are a number of wildlife, including raccoons and coyotes and possums and deer that will encroach on these agricultural and
Oh, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kathleen Grant. Caitlin, I'm sorry, Caitlin. I apologize.
Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Bradley, and I live in the 3000 block of Highway 196 Molino. I'm not only concerned about Molino, but our entire county altogether. The development is not just in Molino, it is everywhere going up, all within Escambia County. There are many major issues within our county that should be immediately addressed before adding additional major housing developments, regardless where they are, because adding more houses and more people are only going to increase these issues. Let's focus on our roads, bridges, and stormwater. It seems like any afternoon shower leads to major flooding in our neighborhoods and streets. I know you mentioned that there was a problem with the Quintet flooding, that woman showed a video, but on that same day, my house flooded, and I don't have any of these issues. So it is everywhere, not just there. Anyways, Not only is the storm stuff a problem, but our public service, recruiting, retention, and funding budgets for EMS, police, and fire. There is simply not enough manpower to service the current residents in a timely manner, never mind adding more people. My biggest complaint is probably our schools being overcrowded and lack of professional staff to teach our children and transport our children. They need funding. All our major services in our county need funding. Stop trying to fill your own pockets with our taxpayer dollars and start putting it to use for the people you serve. Don't be so greedy trying to sue for an increase in your retirement and use that money for the community and the people who put you in your seat today. Y'all don't even check your own emails. Lastly, we demand impact fees to help fund the infrastructure we need as we grow. Let's not proceed with any new developments until this is in place. Protect us from becoming Santa Rosa, specifically Pace. Stop allowing these zone changes and let the builders build according to the existing regulations because they were put in place for specific reasons.
Your time is up. If you want to go ahead and finish. Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Mark Conrad.
Hey, good evening. My name is Mark Coonrod. I live at 1500 Vert Lane in Cantonment. I wanted to thank Mr. Ingwell on the planning board for his really pretty brave stance and stand with the community that was there at the planning board. And one of the things that he said there was I thought very well stated, that he like some of these speakers too, say they would prefer to see planned growth as opposed to just ad hoc growth. But he also made the statement that if there are problems with the plan, that we need to look at fixing the plan. And I couldn't agree more. I think that I don't know what went into it. I know that when I first heard about the sector plan, probably 15 years ago, I went to the public meeting and I was assured that it would be a layered approach, that the most dense would be on the inside, going to less dense on the outside, that the outer boundary of the sector would be buffered from the outside community. Imagine my surprise when all this zoning stuff came up, found out that, oh wait, the plan, there were several versions of the plan. Ultimately, it ended up that half of my neighborhood was annexed into the sector, such that the east half of the eastern side of Schiffco Road buffers the western side of Schiffco Road. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of lots that were, I believe, brought into the sector plan in that way. I would like to see the mistakes that were made in the past, whatever their causes, doesn't even matter. I would prefer to see those things fixed. It's easier to make corrections when it's still just mistakes on paper. As things go on the ground, it becomes much more expensive, much more difficult and challenging to fix. So I have lots more thoughts that I would love to be involved with trying to correct some of those things, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Caitlin Grant. No, that was Caitlin Bradley that just spoke. So is there a Caitlin Brandt or the same person? Same person. Well, yeah, we'll apologize. Sorry. George Levy. Same person. Yes, Lisa.
Hello, Commissioners. George Levy, Pensacola. I have just a couple comments, recommendations. On the beach, red flag warnings and penalties. I've seen at another beach signs stating fines of like $500 for a red flag warning violation and $1,000 for a double red flag violation. Has Escambia County considered applying a fee or a fine for people who have been informed but still ignore the red flag warnings and then need assistance like rescue? I am not saying all people are fined. I am proposing that those who need to be assistance in being rescued. It is is it an unnecessary risk to our rescuers and public safety staff to be placed in harm's way by needing to rescue such people as a general public service? Some people need to assume risk for their own actions. Is it appropriate for those in the tourist business who make money from renting rooms to out-of-town visitors going to the beach to help pay for lifeguard services. If the county uses a maximum of 14 inches of rainfall in a day, or even increase it to new proposed 16 inches, what happens when Escambia County pays $20 million for drainage improvements and a 2-inch rainfall causes flooding? Was that $2 million wasted? Are these drainage improvement projects going to be a boomerang-type welfare project in the next 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jacqueline Rogers.
Good evening. I'm going to talk fast because you only want to hear from us for 2 minutes, but then you want to speak for longer after that. This board has been in favor of every other opt-out, particularly in the conservation neighborhood where there's only 3 dwelling units per acre, and Mr. Hemmers had property in conservation neighborhood too, so why wouldn't he think he could opt out? You have approved every other one. I told them there's no way this is going to be denied. I was wrong, because a lot of people, and I'm proud, raise your hand if you're here to protect our way of life in North Escambia County. A lot of people don't want to speak, but I'm not afraid of you guys, okay? It's untrue what you said about the meeting. The meeting was not set up by Mr. Hemmer. It was set up by citizens, and citizens are allowed to gather and talk. Mr. Hemmer heard about the meeting and wanted to talk to the organizers. They told him, just come to the meeting and you can talk. It was not set up by the developer. I talked against it. I told Mr. Hemmer I didn't like what he was doing. So that's untrue. Mr. Barry, you signed the MOU for the road, West Quintet Road, to be extended to make this big development viable. You're part of it. Mr. Burgash signed another MOU that was part of it. The North-South Woodlands Parkway is going through this. Why is this not talked about in your town halls? Because you want to wait until 2 weeks before this comes up. I stand in solidarity with these people, and we're telling you to protect our communities and the character of our rural neighborhoods. We don't need urban development, 18 dwelling units per acre, crammed into our communities while the county tries to opt out these lower density conservation neighborhoods. You're just protecting the sector plan for the developers. You're not, go down West Neal Road and see how they have clear cut, no buffers, and there's standing water there. It's not just one development had a failure. That's not true. There are problems with the infrastructure, and the employees will tell you that. You heard people tonight, though you guys are saying there's no problem when I talked to the senator about the unavailability of ambulances.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Chris Kerr.
Mr. Chairman, while Chris is making his way up, if you're surprised that the planning board denied the request, I presume that there's also a level of surprise to know that your commissioner was not supportive of the idea either. So for what it's worth.
Chris
Kerr, Flood Defenders. Heard a lot tonight about drainage infrastructure. I'm gonna come a little bit lighter at you tonight. May 2021, DeSantis signed the historic $640 million flood legislation. That was posted on flooddefenders.org as well as the American Flood Coalition blog, and Florida Always Ready legislation. February 22nd, Escambia County was awarded 4 projects for about $1.3 million. 22, that's February 2022, out of the Resilient Flood Grant Program. Just this last month, July 23, DeSantis awarded $300 million for community projects. And Escambia County was awarded $16 million of that from the RFGP funding. You also got $70 million from the Rebuild Florida Sally Grants program. I just want to say Flood Defenders are grateful for these available state funding sources and the neighborhoods that will benefit from it, because many of them are Flood Defender neighborhoods. I thank the commissioners for supporting your staff to apply for these grants. There's a lot of work to be done in getting these grants, for one. The point I'm trying to make here, there is a punchline, is investing in your staff resources and drainage budgets does yield grant funding, and I've spoken on this many times. However, your proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24 only has $700,000 in it for your local option sales tax drainage funding. So you got to have a funding source to go after these grants in order to do your studies, leverage your budget, do your budget amendments, and get your concept plans down. Something said about drainage impact fees. You hadn't updated your drainage impact fees since 1992.
Chris, your time's up. Would you finish up?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll speak a little bit later.
We know it. Robert Coker.
Robert Coker, Barron Oak Park. I live right there by the river, and there ain't no way in the world y'all gonna be able to build all them houses on that, up on the hill and think it's gonna stay out of the wetlands and not get into the river. Berdita River is one of the cleanest rivers on this earth, and they already stored it, putting a dump in, saying it wasn't gonna harm it down that end, and then the 8 Mile Creek where Champion's putting it in, and stuff is running right into that river. I don't care what y'all do up on that hill. When it floods, it goes all the way across 29, all the way across Barron Oak Park, and Jacks Branch and Barron Oak Park goes right into Berdita River. That is a beautiful river, and I'm here to complain about environmental with my wetlands, and it's going to end up in the river system. That's
Thank
all
you.
I got.
Appreciate it. Bunny Exner.
I brought my stool because I didn't know how high the speaker was.
Stand up, Bonnie.
Wow, Eric, that was pretty good right there. I mean, yeah.
Get it.
At least on Facebook about it.
Okay, good evening. Bonnie Exner, 4601 Highway 196, Molino, Florida, but Barron Oak Park, proud of. My husband Craig and I have had a total of 63 years in the public schools in Escambia County. Very proud of that. In fact, we also mentor up in the north end of the county. Still, we love what we do. During a recent rezoning meeting, the staff analysis that was given was incomplete. They failed to mention Kingsfield Elementary School, which is sitting at 840 students, 40 over capacity. Tate High School, my husband's graduate and also Mr. Berry's, is sitting at 2,100 plus students. Ransom Middle, where I retired from, is sitting at 1,200 plus students, almost to capacity if not. And I want to share with you what I taught my last 10 years at Ransom. I had 6 classes of 33 students per class. This is because of all the growth from Kingsfield Road. And this is 50 minutes a day. So you total that up, y'all, and that's 196 middle schoolers I had responsibility of. In my civics classes, I stress that government exists to serve the citizens and that their citizens' responsibility is to be informed and share your concerns. I've decided to practice what I preached. In closing, we all know that growth is inevitable. All we ask for is controlled growth that is compatible with the surroundings and an infrastructure in place to handle that growth. We also are
Your time is
asking
up, Bunny.
for open transparency in local government. The developer had 7 years for his plan. We had 15 days notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Bunny. And thank you for your civics teaching to our children. We appreciate it. Jerry Price.
This is for the commissioners to read. Today, I'm not going to talk about flooding or land. I came in to talk about the sheriff and see if the commissioners could get him in here and talk to him and It's got some issues here in this county, and it's probably one of the low points of what you guys have to deal with. I wore this shirt in today, and it's a Pensacola Harley-Davidson shirt. Took my trike in, $1,079 to get the oil changed and the transmission, front tire, back tire. $1,079? It's a lot of money. When you guys are running for re-election, and I hope all of you make it, and I try not to be very negative when I come in here, even if it's issues that I'm trying to talk about. You got this $50,000 401k. It didn't go up in front of the voters. I think it should have. You've got land issues. You've got recycle facility by a contractor that's contributing to your campaign. You got obstacles. If you want to get reelected, you have to eliminate the obstacles. I sent a letter to the governor, which I hope you guys have had a chance to read. He's dependent on you guys, all 5 of you commissioners, and the people that help and contribute to your success, to solve all the problems and all the issues, not pick and choose what you think you can get done in this year, in this 4-year term. And you got 3 of you running in the 24 election. I hope all of you make it back. But right now, from
Thanks,
what I'm
Jerry.
seeing-
Can you end it?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. I appreciate it. And I'm not sure the governor is dependent on all 5 of us. Our next speaker will be Craig McDonald.
Hello, my name is Craig McDonald, and I live in Herons Forest on Gulf Beach Highway. We have an extreme safety issue on Tuesdays and Wednesday mornings from about 8:30 till 11 on Blue Angel Homecoming. Don't get me wrong, we love the Blues. We don't want them to do anything but give us a great show. But we can't even get out of our own subdivisions. During the time, many drivers are breaking the law by using the middle turn lanes and crossing double yellow lines and going as fast as 60 miles an hour, and even going into the opposing lanes to get past the traffic jam. These drivers are causing dangerous situations to everybody, especially residents in subdivisions trying to get in or out of their subdivisions. I've literally been given the finger by people breaking the law because I'm in a turn lane to get into my subdivision. I spoke with Lieutenant Tampery, who is with the Escambia County Sheriff's Department, and he's in complete agreement that this is an extreme safety issue, but he told me he didn't have enough manpower to place 2 cars, which is what it would require, and deputies to help with the traffic for the 2.5 hours every Tuesday and Wednesday. I've sent videos of these dangers to the Highway Patrol, Escambia County Sheriff's Department, Security on NAS, and Mr. Stroberger. And I got crickets the last time. This time, I sent it, and Lieutenant Tampery got back with me right away. I'm asking the commissioners, Commissioner Kohler and Commissioner Burgosh, to get together with the forces that need to be and stop the danger, because we've had multiple accidents and multiple tickets. We need at least a temporary solution to this.
Mr. McDonald, your time is up, sir.
This year. Thank you.
so much.
Mr. Chairman, can I just answer this real quick?
Yes, go right ahead.
So let me tell you what we do know. So the base hired 12 FTEs to help assist with the museum and the Blue Angels show coming up. I know most of the people in District 2 ain't going to watch the Blue Angels. They go out their back door. So it's all tourists that are coming in. You can only ask Visit Pensacola. I will reach out again to the Sheriff's Department and see what we can do. I know it's a threat. We're getting all kinds. We've had people say they're going to stand on the road and direct traffic. I get it. What I will commit to is getting with the sheriff and seeing what we can do Tuesday and Wednesdays, because we don't want to lose that resource that we just got back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mary Jane Ledgerwood. Bring Mama, she's important. Mama knows best.
Mother-daughter duo. We live in Herons Forest, Mary Jane and Jane Colbert. We just want to echo what Craig just read. We live right next door to him. We support his report concerning the traffic during Blue Angel practice. And we fear not just that it's an inconvenience, but that if it's not addressed, an accident or worse is imminent, like a death, like a crash with a fatality. So we appreciate your immediate concern regarding this safety issue, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Charlotte Swartz.
I am Charlotte Schwartz. I live in Barron Park. I agree with what these people are saying about the building and everything, but I'm going in a little different direction. I'd like to address something that was taken off the table, which it should have been, and that's those raises. You see all these people behind me, they're the ones who voted you in, pay your salary with their taxes, but when it comes to giving raises, you vote for it and not them, and you give yourself big ones. We know you have decisions to make at times, and what influences you with those decisions? Developers, contractors, or your constituents? I hate to say it, but some of you are influenced by the former rather than the latter. Some of these people work 40 to 60 hours a week and will never make as much as y'all do for doing 20 to 40 hours a month work. Just remember, the love of money is the root of all evil, and greed is a deadly sin. I pray that you will stop this insane idea of approving huge raises for yourself, and if there is some way I can stop them, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Steele.
Mr. Chairman, before the next speaker, I just want to point out, just for everyone's edification, when I ran for this job from the school board, my salary on the school board was set by the state. The salary for county commissioners is set by the state. We have absolutely no control over the pay that we receive. It's a formulaic, a statutory formula. Just want to make sure you understand that. I've never once voted for a raise for myself in this position. We get raises when the population goes up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jeff, that's unconstitutional. We can't vote for our raises. That's state, statutorily by the state. Yeah, that's not a true statement. It's very untrue. Lee Steele.
My name is Lee Steele. I'm at 14765 Perdido Key Drive, and I'm here to talk about the apparent 75-foot beach easement at Perdido Key. For over 30 years, I've enjoyed a lot of peace and quiet on the beach, and that has changed drastically within just a few weeks. And having to do with this, as I said, apparent 75-foot beach easement. And from what I've heard, there has been blogs and other communications to people in the community about this easement and encouraging people to go onto the beach and head in the direction of the private beaches. Meanwhile, there's a tremendous amount of beautiful, gorgeous, wide-open beaches to the west around the state park. So I do not understand why folks are being steered in the direction of private property, spilling over beyond the 75-foot beach easement onto private property and resulting in problems, one of which is trash. We try to keep the beach clean. And folks, many of the folks that come have no skin in the game. They come enjoy the beaches and they leave their fun on the beach. And that has gotten to be a big problem. So I would ask and encourage you to please encourage folks to go to the west, to the wide open beaches. There's many other beaches that they can go to, Johnson Beach. I know there's a fee, but that's another place that they could go to consider to enjoy the beautiful beaches. I would ask you to consider how you would feel if strangers came and picnicked and partied on an easement attached to your property. So please keep that in mind and help us out. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Next speaker is Tim Smith.
Tim Smith, 310 West Sunset. Speaking of beaches and easements, let's talk about Navy Point. We've got a parking problem over there that's developing. It's going to develop real rapidly when that condo finishes over there. I've spoke with you guys on several occasions about this. I know your thoughts and your feelings, but those don't seem to resonate within our community. There are still people over there that feel that those easements are their property and that the waterfront is their personal viewing, and they don't want anybody in front of it. Well, I grew up there, and I know exactly what it was like when I was growing up, and it's changing. It took 3 people to put no right-of-way, or 3 commissioners to make it no parking in the right-of-way. It'll take 3 commissioners to undo it. I think Tim Day has a great plan. I think you guys need to listen to it, hear him out, see what he's got to say, and I think that if we implement that, we're taking everybody into consideration, all 5 districts, and the waterfront owners. I just wanted to make sure that I was heard. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to give a second on this one. So, hey, Tim, just so you know, I'm listening to what you're saying, but the current county ordinance from 1996 that this board passed, there's no parking on either side. I think that's wrong. I think we should change the parking on the water side, but the current ordinance that should be enforced is no parking on any side. I know that's not happening, but this
It's
board,
not being enforced.
I understand
So we
that.
have a double standard.
But that's actually what this board voted on and is currently the ordinance in this county. We can change it and we'll work to do it, but I think we need to understand that is the current ordinance in the county. And I will work to change it, and Tim's got a good plan. So just to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Colley. Did you have anything else? Thanks, Tim. George Levy? Oh, yeah, I did. Tom Jardine? Yeah, I got Brian next.
Tom Jardine, 1112 V. Delina. They told me I wasn't going to be able to talk at public forum, so I'm very pleasantly surprised.
What's the item that you're speaking on?
2 minutes for the speaking time.
Yeah, is there a particular item that's on the agenda? And if you've not signed up, you can go sign up for public speaking if it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
So it's, if there's anyone here that has an item that's not on the agenda, they can go sign up. But is your item on the agenda, or if it's not on the agenda?
Okay, well, I wasn't expecting to speak on this, but the 2 minutes is what bothers me.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not on the agenda. You can speak on that.
That's way too...
But Tom, could you hold on? But if there's anybody else that wants to speak, you can go sign up now so you can speak. So go right ahead, Tom.
Okay, so 2 minutes is inadequate. That's obvious. I know you guys maybe want to give us more time, but 2 minutes is inadequate. A lot of you guys have side jobs and that kind of thing. This is Escambia County has grown. This is a full-time job nowadays. Either you want to be here as our county commissioners or you don't. But you need to hear from the public. It's obvious that you guys need the public input. And it has become public knowledge recently that you're allowing the politically well-connected folks. I'll use his name. I have no problems with this guy, but Mr. David Baer, you guys are a lot. He said that he's had text conversations with you guys regularly during votes at these meetings. And meanwhile, the public's only getting 2 minutes with you all. I think that's outrageous. There's a lot of problems in this county, and you guys definitely need the input. I was watching that agenda review, and as far as the tourism industry, which is our main industry, some of you guys are illiterate on some of these developments that are going on. It's obvious. And you need public input, obviously. I'll give you back the 30 seconds. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for giving it. I mean, we won't have to limit it anymore. Appreciate it. Brian Wire.
Hello, Commissioners. I just wanted to first of all thank Chief Battalion Chief Campanella for his help with the ALS fundraiser we had at CE Soak this week on Tuesday. He was out there and helped provide some funding to help provide spraying us down for some support for ALS. And I also have some handouts for you as well. The handouts of what I talked about at the last meeting. We have the date for our Pensacola Supplier Diversity event. The date will be September the 14th. It's going to be at the Sanders Beach Center. and it's going to be from 8:30 to 3:30. And I just want to thank the Offices of Purchasing for their help and their support with being there. They've been good supporters with Jeffrey Levingood and Lindsay and Brian from being there to help provide panel discussions and provide a table for the event. And lastly, on that paper I gave you, there's also a little card about Bantu Cola. It provides the information about a black business directory that we're working on here in the area. Bantu Cola is an area that black businesses can register for free, get the information placed out there, and then we can have ways of helping to provide outreach for them and connections to help businesses get bids and contracts. Other than that, I just want to thank you for everything. Have a great day, and see you soon.
Thank you, Brian. And I'm glad the speaker talked about 2 minutes. We're going to do everything efficiently and respect our staff and taxpayer dollars. So if anyone really wants to talk to any commissioner, they have aides, they have office hours, feel free to reach out to them by email or by phone call. Our next speaker is Kevin Wade.
Thank you all. Kevin Wade, 4 and 3 Southeast Poplitz. Navy Point. If you don't know the history, take some time. Don't go ahead and let an aide run around and try to make some changes for folks, because there's things happening there that happen countywide, absolutely countywide. And the park has many people who feel that going ahead and taking over their section of the park. We got Lawnmower Man running over there to tell people that, hey, y'all parked on the street. There's kind of an ordinance. It's not really enforced, but if you park in front of houses or on this street, it means that maybe there will be people that might park an RV, or they'll think they can park on a street too. There's people parking all over the streets and all over Escambia County. What's the ordinance? Didn't have to be a specific ordinance. Doesn't have to be one at all. We got signs. Signs all over. Thankfully, thank you all. Taking signs off the beach, beautiful. I keep seeing photos of the sunsets. Well, I got Navy Point. There's all these orange markers all over the place right now. A whole amazing crop of them coming up this year. And that's getting in my view, because I'm walking dog in that park every single day and catching the sunsets. And, people that come to watch the Blue Angels, heck yeah, absolutely. People want to bring their kids to all the little beaches where grandmothers tell me while they're teaching their
Kevin, would you
grandchildren
close it down? Your time is done.
Swim. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Peter Pappas.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Pappas, not the Mamas, but the Pappas. I just want to thank you all. Sometimes I was in the Navy for 20 years, and everybody thanks me for my service. I want to thank you for your service. Sometimes, that saying about honey. So I had a prepared statement I'm not going to say, because a lot of my Escambian residents, fellow residents, said it. There's a lot of growth that's happened since the 21 years that I've been here, and it just seems it's an infrastructure problem. So I think we need to stop the growth. To stop it, not slow it down, but stop it completely until we are ready to move on. My fellow people from Herons Forest said it. It takes me 45 minutes to go from my subdivision in Shandell subdivision over to the Blue Angel Parkway, Gulf Beach and Blue Angel. So it takes me 30 minutes to get out of my subdivision to go to Sorrento from Gulf Beach Highway. So there's all these problems. I want to thank Commissioner Burgosh. I know he listens. I know a lot of people say that you guys don't listen. I know Mr. Burgosh does listen, and I want to thank you again. Mr. Kohler, about the base, they need to get involved, not just our county. That's their problem. So let's get the base involved, and let's solve these issues. Ours is just time, spending a lot of time. Some of my neighbors say Stop complaining, Pete. We live in paradise. I get it. But we do, I mean, we want to continue our values of our homes to go up, continue to go up. They've been going great. Let's keep it that way. That's all I ask. Let's stop some of that growth, though. So, because we are having a lot of issues. I see people, I see it in front of me on this laptop with the flooding. We don't want that. Let's do something about it. And I know you guys are working hard, and a lot of things are going on. So I just, again, please do.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, we appreciate it. Our next speaker will be Mel Pino.
And Pete, just
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah. So Pete, I'm on the Military Affairs Committee, and I would say that it is a priority of the base commander, Captain Shishati. He is well aware of it. He is working through it. I know when the base first reopened, they required real IDs, which aren't a requirement. They were able to roll that back, which helped some, but I would say even the XO has been out there directing traffic at the gate. So just so you know, he is aware, he is involved. We are trying to help that. So I'm just letting you know that they are involved.
Just real quick, they're not doing enough because they should be, it's their responsibility. They should be doing more. There should be more people to be working on those gates. That's all I got to say.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Bay. I haven't been down for a while. There were so many things I wanted to speak on. I'm going to get in that every white person in this county who understands what's going on with the racism on that school curriculum needs to start raising their voices. It's not good enough to be quiet. And we've been working on stuff, taking a sabbatical from advocacy, but it's been making me sick watching this not get answered. Everyone needs to start talking about this and start breaking the seal. Practice it in your closet with the door shut. Say it to you in the mirror. Just practice saying it. This is racism. You can get there and we can defeat this stuff. Navy Point, I'm going to leave for a little later. It's just not rocket science. You just can't let your aid run wild. Enough said. Especially when it gets down to blaming the homeless for everything, which has a little P&J support. I want to leave it on planning, though, because we've got two instances here of Teresa Blackwell bringing a lot of people down for OLF8 and Jacqueline bringing a lot of people down for the sector plan. And what's sad is I so wholeheartedly support these people on the sector plan. My heart bleeds for them, and I love their speaking, and I hope they get what they want. And I wish they would take their time and energy to lobby you guys for some set-asides. They need some conservation land out there. Maybe you can buy some back from Hemmer. However, those two advocates are reaping what they sowed. It is Teresa Blackwell that left the door wide open for D.R. Horton from the very beginning. We tried to warn her. She wouldn't listen. And Jacqueline has set this crap up with all of her lies on the opt-outs over the years, so she got stuff so spun up, people didn't know what was topping her down, and now these people are fighting a new battle because Jacqueline threw a bunch of sand in the air, and now everybody's trying to straighten it out. So congratulations, ladies. And Jacqueline, you can deny it all you want, but remember, your PMs with Underhill and Hemmer are in the court system.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I want to say one thing. I appreciate what Steve Stroberger and Sheila Feltner do. They have something that most people don't have. They have loyalty, discipline, and honor. And they're loyal to the people of District 2. They may have problems once in a while, and you can call them out for it, but we're not doing their job, period. And I will stand with them, not against them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mel, I appreciate your words because there are a lot of social issues that people fail to recognize because it's not politically correct. So thank you for having the courage to say what you just said. George Levy. Who we got? Drake Dimitri.
Drake Dimitri, 208 Berry Road in District 2. I just wanted to talk again on Gulf Beach Highway and Sorrento Road corridor. I work near Gulf Beach Highway in Wayne, between Wayne and Mills, and there's a lot of problems with it. I'm going to point out the obvious construction problems. There's a lack of proper bus stop pavement for the disabled, but that would also extend to regular pedestrians. That should be fixed. It needs a light. We need a light somewhere between Mills and Patton. There's no light there. There's no flashing light for pedestrian crossing like children that go to school at the Blue Angel Elementary School, just north on Patton. That needs to be there. Now, I'm going to start to read from the Federal Highway Commission. And if I don't finish, I'm probably going to be able to speak next meeting. But they issued a commentary about Title II and the Americans with Disabilities to provide curve ramps in streets, roads, and highways that are altered through resurfacing. It says that this Title II ensures that persons with disabilities have access to the pedestrian routes in the public right-of-way. An important part of this requirement is the obligation whenever streets, roadways, highways are altered to provide curb ramps where street-level pedestrian walkway cross curbs. This requirement is intended to ensure accessibility and usability of the pedestrian walkway for persons with disability. An alteration is a change that affects or could affect the usability of all or part of the building facility, such as reconstruction or rehabilitation, resurfacing, widening, etc.
Drake, your time's up if you begin to close it now.
Yes, sir. And then it goes on what constitutes resurfacing. So if there is resurfacing, and this has been adjudicated in these cases listed, those modifications need to come into conformance with the ADA that ensures that pedestrians, especially those that are disabled, have that kind of access to bus stops and crosswalks.
Thanks, Drake. We appreciate it. To my colleagues, I mean, one of these questions, as the chairman, and each chairman will decide exactly how they will conduct meetings, is the value of staff time and people time that we invite to come and do invocations at the time that people come to see their family get awards. And so we're in many of our issues, particularly our zoning issues, are time sensitive. And so we're never going to deny anybody an opportunity to speak, but we're certainly going to adhere to being through with the meeting at 5:30. And people who choose to speak beyond that, they're going to have to value the time. And so we represent over 350,000 people, not 20, would like to him who would love 20 minutes of time. But we're going to do that. But in my tenureship as chairman, when we get to 5:30, we're going to end it. But when the regular board meeting is over, people will still be allowed to speak when that meeting is over. And that is really the practice across the country of Board of County Commissioner meetings, because people do make a time to come see retirements, proclamations, and those things. And it's very inconsiderate to those people who come to do their business at a time set, just as we do in the legislature, to not value their time. And so, for the record, while I'm chairman, we're going to end public forum at 5:30. And so we will conduct those meetings at that time, but we will do that for the future. With that, we stand adjourned, and we will start our meeting promptly at 5 to 6 at 5:55. Thank you so much. Board of County Commissioners, regular meeting August 23rd, 5:30 p.m. Please turn your cell phone to vibrate. Silence or the off setting. Board of County Commissioners, any person speak regarding an item on the agenda. Speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairman. Tonight, invocation, Commissioner Kohler.
Pastor Vincent, please come forward.
If you would please have your seat, we're getting ready for our invocation. David Bear and Brian Wire, please. Thank you.
Before I pray, I just want to thank y'all for this opportunity that has been afforded me to stand before you guys. I really don't take it lightly. You know, I thank God for it. You know, but let's talk to God. Eternal and almighty God, we come to you tonight, Father, as humbly as we know how, asking you, God, to intervene into this meeting tonight, God. God, let your word come down from heaven, God, and manifest itself in the flesh here tonight, God. God, these commissioners here and the staff here, God, they have a hard job to do, God. I ask you, God, to place your word inside of their heart, God. That word that ended in Job 28:28 that says that the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord, and the removal of evil is understanding, God. Help us to understand what the fear of the Lord is, God. Help us to understand what it means to serve you, God. And then and only then can we serve those that have been appointed under us, Father. God, I ask you to bless each of these men. Bless their families, God. Bless them from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, God. Bless everything that their eyes look upon. Bless everything that's connected to them, God. Do for them, God, what they cannot do for themselves, oh God. Bind the enemy in the name of Jesus, God. Bind him, God. Keep him out of this place, God. And as Joshua said, as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. I thank you and I praise you tonight, God. And it's in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Commissioner May, I just have a scripture that I want to read. I got to get my good eyes because I've got a little older.
They were good when you were quarterback at Woodham.
They were. And this scripture here is for each and every one of you that are sitting up there tonight. And it's Psalms, the book of Psalms, the very first chapter. And it talks about, see, we're always talking about we want to be blessed and prosperous. Well, God says it right here. What is it going to take for us to prosper? He says, blessed is the man that walk not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor sit in the way of the, nor stand in the way of the sinners, nor sit in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law does he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, and bringeth forth its fruit in its season. And his leaf shall not wither, and whatsoever he do shall prosper. If we walk not in the counsel of the ungodly, if we don't sit in the seat of the sinners, if we don't stand in the seat of the scornful, if we walk in these these principles of God, we will prosper. Pensacola is a growing city. I don't agree with stopping the growth. It's a natural progression. I'll add each of y'all names to my prayer list because you need it.
Amen.
You need it.
You must have sat through public forum.
I speak blessings
Mr.
over
Chairman,
you.
Pastor Vincent, thank you so much. I know we got to move on, but thank you for what you do in Lillian and 57th on the street ministries, and we'll be there for you, I promise.
And thank you. The last storm that came through, a tree fell down in front of my house and blocked the roadway. I cut up as much as I could. I took a picture of it and sent it to Commissioner Kohler. Within 2 hours, it was gone, and you couldn't even tell it had been there. That's the kind of stuff we need. Somebody that's walking in action and not in word. Thank you, Commissioner Kohler.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Vincent. And, I represent Brent Football Field, but growing up, we called you Binky. And you were a star quarterback there. And not only were you a star quarterback at Brent, but you ended up being a star quarterback with Woodham High School when we were winning state championships. So we do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Played for Don Sharp. Yeah, he one of the originals from Don Sharp. So we thank you. We thank you, Brother Binky. Are there any items to be added to the agenda?
No, sir.
None for me, Mr. Chairman?
None for me, Mr. Chairman.
No, sir.
Don, we didn't get information. Okay, no, sir.
Okay. I don't know, did you get one for $250 for the Pensacola lamp lighters?
Yeah,
We got it. All right, so do we need to add that, or were you able to get it in? So we'll add that on.
Move the agenda as amended with Lumen's add-on.
Thank you.
Second.
Please vote. Could we raise, maybe. Could we just raise our hand and be done? That passes 5 in favor. Thank you so much. We'll get this right one day. Commissioner's forum. Commissioner Bagash.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things I want to point out. Obviously, Attorney General Ashley Moody came to town yesterday. She was a special guest at the Sheriff Chip Simmons kickoff event for his foundation over at Coach and Ford District 1. And just wanted to recognize the fact that she came. Unfortunately, it wasn't with really good news, as we read in the paper today. You know, unfortunately, our area, the state, is #1 per capita in fentanyl and opioid overdoses. So a really tragic situation. It's hard to believe, but people got to know there's a lot of that stuff out on the street, and it can be found in any kind of drug that a kid thinks he's taking one thing, and it's a lethal dose. So that's sad, but it's something we have to recognize. We all have to do our part to try and rid this community of that. But we appreciate Attorney General Moody showing up, coming to town, and we're putting resources. We have the core program, our EMS. We got some state funding, so we're fighting it with Narcan. But there's new synthetic drugs that are not they're resistant to Narcan that are out on the streets too. So anyone that's doing drugs, they might as well play Russian roulette, especially with all this stuff going on. So we're happy for the support of law enforcement and what they do. I want to thank Wes, Eric, and Steve Brentro from We Are Perdido. Last week we had a very successful coffee with the commissioner. I would encourage folks who live in Perdido and interested in that topic. That's on the county's website. You can watch it. We had a very good conversation, went through all the details. There's an effort to incorporate a large part of the southwest part of Escambia County. So we had a great discussion on that. A couple of big things coming up in District 1, August 24th, as I mentioned earlier during public forum, the long-awaited, I mean, it's been a long time coming. We are going to kick off with Sigma Consulting the effort to do a master plan for the greater Beulah community where I've lived for 20 years. Probably needed a master plan 20 years ago before all the growth, but this is how long it took. We got everything, all the ducks are in a row. We've got the funding in place. So August 24th at 6 o'clock at Beulah Middle School in District 1, we will have a kickoff for the overall community master plan in Beulah. And a final thing, next week, August 9th, 8 a.m. in the morning, Wednesday morning, we are going to cut the ribbon for the Weimart Road Bridge. And I'm told by the county engineer that bridge is going to be complete in time for school that starts on the 10th. So that's great news because there's 4 schools on Longleaf. That's a huge project, $6.5 million infrastructure project in Bellevue. It's going to be an excellent, just a great infrastructure project for people. It's going to have sidewalks on both sides, drainage, a brand new bridge, as I said. So very, very happy to get that project underway and very happy to get that bridge completed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Jeff, do you know what the status of the fentanyl testing strips are? Because, you know, I think the legislature passed that this year, and
yeah,
and so I didn't know if that's been out because, of course.
My understanding was that the sheriff my understanding was that there was someone who was going to step up and fund it. I think it's a funding issue right now. But, I mean, if they need funding, the test strips.
Well, the board voted at the last meeting to fund narcotic analyzers for the sheriff's department, but that is not the fentanyl testing strip.
No, it's not the test strip.
And that funding is coming out of the opioid abatement
Yeah, I thought the
funding
state was,
committee.
I mean, I know at least made it legal to do fentanyl testing strips, but, I think we need
we need everything we can get. It's a problem.
I don't know if Eric's still in here, but if you know I think we just need to make sure we push that out as well. So, thanks.
And Jeff, unfortunately, I was invited last night to be with the sheriff, and because of conflict, I did not know, but Attorney General Moody was in town. It's always great when you have the Attorney General. And certainly, the fentanyl and opioid issue is very prevalent in our community and very disappointing how prevalent it is. I mean, but whether you look at Palaca, whether you look at Gaston, or whether you look at Escambia County, the reality of it is poverty breeds drug usage. And so, I mean, that is just one arm of the systemic problem that we have out of poverty, whether it be homelessness. Quite frankly, in many minority communities, heroin is on there. Crack cocaine continues to plague us. And so I agree with you, Jeff. Whatever effort, and Chief Torcell and Eric Gilmore, and I know they're working with Community Health and all of our other agencies to do something, but we have to address this issue of poverty in our community. I mean, you're not going to solve homelessness. You're not going to solve drug addiction, drug use, and abuse until we wholeheartedly look at poverty in our community, because it's, quite frankly, that's the population that's finding themselves caught in these vices. And as you said, that's very detrimental to our community. And so whatever leadership you bring with that, Jeff, you have my support wholeheartedly. I was on the phone on a call with Director Marino and Councilperson Allison Patton and Mayor Reeves as we deal with homelessness. And I could not represent the four of you, but my position is, we just can't look at, drug addiction without looking at poverty, without looking at homelessness, and without looking at job and workforce training. I mean, it all goes hand in hand. So I appreciate you saying that. And we're very thankful that Attorney General Moody was here, and we appreciate the sheriff for hosting her. Commissioner Kohler.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely think the opioid crisis is going to eventually require some attention from us. I'm going to start a little different tonight because you're going to probably know what I'm going to talk about a little bit. But on Monday, Senator Broxson had a meeting with several leaders, the mayor, and Mr. Bear was there, several folks that were there to try to basically preserve the historical legacy of the base in Navy. And so we're working on that. 4 hours later, if you watch the news, you saw where Herbert Field, no one saw it coming, is losing 600 people. That would be multi-million dollars generational change for that area. The very next day, we had some good news. Santa Rosa got the Leonardo helicopter, which will bring in $65 million and thousands of jobs. The day after that, we got more bad news, that we didn't get the $20 million for the hangar for the Blue Angels, and the News Journal did a good article on that. And we all love the Blue Angels, including me. They're the image of our area, but that's not the threat. The threat is 479th, the training commands not having the hangars, the 16,000 military people, the 7,000 GS and contractors, and the 60,000 annual students that bring in 45% of our economy at $6.6 billion a day. Fortunately for Santa Rosa, they'd been fighting to preserve their helicopter and training out there since I was 4 years old. I went back and did a lit review on it. And they finally, I think, have insulated themselves. That went on in '93. They tried to get rid of it, the Secretary of the Army. They went back in 2005, and I think they actually have insulated themselves now. Where am I going with this? We have a couple threats here, and they're serious threats. If you look at the history of 479th and where they come and gone over the last 50 years, they don't stay in a place very long. I was out at NAS in 2009 when they came here, and I was on the team for flight surgeons. We, as a board, have got to fight, as well as everyone in this room, for this base. I brought this up. We're in a crosshairs here. If you look at what just happened in the Space Command, it didn't go to Huntsville. It's staying in Colorado. They turned it down. If you look what just happened and that going to Tucson, that's a swing state. If you look at cybersecurity and who has control of it, it's the Secretary of the Air Force, not the Navy. So I'm going to keep pleading and begging and trying every way I can to get help. And I know there's community leaders out there helping, but we have literally got to start digging deep, everybody, because it's a political year, and this is generational changes, and we cannot afford to lose anything. I have one other thing. I'm not quite done. Tomorrow at the CBOC, or VA Outreach, they're going to have outreach for any veteran at 10 o'clock. They'll be out there. You can go out, and they're going to have people doing everything you can get in the VA. And so if you have time tomorrow, go out to the VA if you're a veteran and find out the services you can get. Jason Bostreight's putting that on.
Thank you, Commissioner Kohler. Commissioner Bender?
Yep, thank you. Mike, that's exactly why I was in D.C. 2 weeks ago. I'd also like to thank, of course, working with Santa Rosa County, but we had Senator Broxson join us on that trip and really helped show the support for the area. I just want to clarify, though, the $20 million is not for the Blue Angel hangar. It's for the hangar that's condemned. That is the maintenance hangar. Yeah, you said Blue Angel hangar. So, but it's part of the bigger plan to replace the Blue Angel hangar out there and have them still have a place to go when that hangar goes down. And that's part of it, is that we don't want them to go somewhere else when we start building them a new hangar. I would say that it is something that we are working on and have gone up to lobby for and will continue to do so. And, I'd say the federal side is very different. We got to get in front of the Navy. We have to have them, and that was something we heard this time, was that it needs to be on the Navy's unfunded priority list. And so that will be our next goals to get those on there. I know Santa Rosa had asked for a child development center. That didn't get funded, but the number one priority of the Air Boss to have a new hangar for the Leonardo helicopters that are being delivered. I think they have close to 60 of them out there now. That hangar is funded right now, so that's great for them. And it is a priority of the Air Boss to get this hangar replaced or repaired. So for anyone who wants to know, it's $15 million to tear it down or $20 million to repair it. So you can guess that we're saying just spend the extra $5 million so that we retain the hangar and can start using it again. And it's not Hurricane Sally damage. It's years of neglect, years of not having. It was Hurricane Sally that required them to go look at it, where they found the corrosion and things that have occurred over many years, and so that's what essentially had them condemn it. So, and of course, we don't want them to lose any of those missions. And not only are we trying not to lose missions, but we go up there and talk about trying to see how we can expand our missions. And that includes Corey Station, that includes Coast Guard, and still fight for that. So, real quick, I think it'll be before our next meeting, but I want to just recognize Chief Catterbone's service to Escambia County Fire Rescue. Appreciate him coming here and helping the department, but also I want to congratulate Battalion Chief Harrison, who will become the interim chief. He began his tenure in '93 as a volunteer firefighter on the beach, became a certified firefighter in 1996, and finally full-time in 2001. He became a lieutenant in 2004 and a battalion chief in 2014. And that's actually when I had the chance to work with him. He oversaw the insurance side of the house for the county fire, and then he went over to battalion chief for B-Watch over the North Half of Escambia County in 2017. So I look forward to working with him and continuing to move the department forward. I know we've gotten some new engines that have just come in, and so wish him the best, and also thank Chief Catterbone for his service. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I want to congratulate Battalion Chief Harrison. I don't know him, but I do want to recognize the fact that the Administrator and Public Safety Director Eric Gilmore have found it fit to find someone within Escambia County to put into a leadership position. I think that that may have, there's always mitigating circumstances, but that may have something to do with the lengths of tenures of other leadership positions in public safety that we've had. Maybe this will not be the case if we have someone that's been here for as many years as Mr. Harrison has. Candidly, if we're not, if we're, especially to the degree that fire services has grown over the last 20 years, when there's a leadership opening, if we haven't done a good enough job as a board and as leadership of developing our employees that one of them is able to lead the organization, then we've failed. So it's nice to see that someone that's grown up professionally in the organization is going to have an opportunity to lead, and maybe that will lend itself to perhaps a longer tenure. And I do want to take a second. I give Wes Moreno and Joy Blackton, the county engineer, a hard time at times about getting projects done and producing. I talk about that a lot, and no matter what gets done, it's okay. Well, once the one project is awarded and it's done or it's on the ground, and well, now what about this and what about that? So I do want to recognize an email that I got from a resident over the weekend. Commissioner Barrett, I'd like to express my appreciation for the courtesy and efficiency of your staff following a recent request for assistance. Following some recent heavy rains, there was water damage in the road and curbing near my home in Scenic Hills. I needed help from the appropriate county department to get the repair scheduled. The next day, Mr. Aubrey Metter presented himself at my door representing his supervisor, Mark Fayard. He looked at the damage with me and agreed it was needed quick repair to avoid any further damage. As the rains were continuing, acceptable weather conditions did not present themselves until a week or so later. In the meantime, Mr. Fayard visited and spoke to me and let me know the timeline for the repairs. He was also present to supervise the start of the repairs when they did commence later. Mr. Bill Johnson and his crew arrived according to the schedule and performed an outstanding repair of the road. The repair included digging out and reinforcing the washout, which was close to undermining the roadbed itself. Fabrication of an entirely new section of curbing to replace what had collapsed in the eroded area was also required. The repairs were finished in an efficient, competent, and workmanlike manner. Many of my neighbors also noticed and commented on this. The email does go on, but Wes, I want to, I know I forwarded this to you when I got it over the weekend, but I wanted to publicly get that into the record. You know, I don't necessarily know the folks that the gentleman was speaking about, but now they'll be memorialized and you know, hopefully recognized publicly for their work. And you know, hopefully that I think that's an indication of your attitude of public service and the attitude of public service that you're going to demand from the people that still work in public works, where you led them for a number of years. So you know, like I said, I give you and Joy both a hard time about continuing to get things done, but it's good to recognize and show appreciation to the folks that are actually out there doing the work. So thank you.
Hey, Stephen, can I just echo your statement, his statements on Mark? You know, he does a good part of our district, as my district as well. You know, he was one of the ones out there helping remove all the debris after the tornado and heavy rains. And so I just want to recognize his work as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender, and thank you, Commissioner Beard. I certainly want to echo and to Joy Blackman and to Mr. Christian in really getting aggressive, and I know under the leadership of Wes of getting these sidewalks. Unfortunately, we have historically minority neighborhoods in the aviation field in Brownsville that have existed, you know, at the beginning that didn't have sidewalks, and upon going to Don Christensen and Wes and Joy, they have aggressively gotten after that, and so I certainly appreciate that as well, and certainly want to publicly, Commissioner Bender, thank you for your leadership at NACO. A lot of people didn't see it in your work in trying to understand jails and infrastructure in those dollars. When people talk about or the bases are going to be closed or whether it's going to be realignment, the people that decide to not share ideas on both sides of the aisle will be the communities that will be left out. I mean, and so we have to learn to work with our Republican friends and our Democratic friends, and if we fail to work with our Democratic friends and a Democratic administration, then we do find ourselves more vulnerable for base closures. So I do appreciate you, as I was with you in Austin, spending a lot of time with my Democratic friends. You were always there, and I don't really give him a lot of compliments publicly, but Chris Kerb, thank you for your information on flooding in my district. All that was very valuable information on the basins and the inlets and those type of things. You have some historical information that I think is beneficial for those of us that serve. Certainly want to also commend, I don't personally know Adam Harrison, but I did meet with Chief Torcell and Eric Gilmore. And I want to, publicly say that I've been on this board for 10 years, and what I've said that what this county has lacked, and when we talk about economic development, we talk about affordable housing, we talk about fentanyl, the lack of diversity and inclusion for minority communities. And I've said that publicly about many of our departments, that they lack the inclusion and diversity that represents this community in terms of particularly putting African Americans in positions. And so I've been very disappointed in EMS and fire for their lack. And so Eric gave me good news on this week about our efforts, Eric, and I do appreciate that because that is important. When we look around the room, I mean, we should be representative of our community. And Mel, you're absolutely right. Many politicians don't have the political courage to say things. And so I say it publicly. When we fail to talk about history, when we think that people were brought from a far land to go to trade school, that's incorrect history. And when people fail to acknowledge that and fight against that, what you accept, you acknowledge, and what you acknowledge, you promote. And so unfortunately, many people in this community promote the systemic and subtle racism that has existed and plagued our community. And so I know it's probably not politically correct to say those things, but when you decide to lead, you lead whether it's popular or not popular, and I'm disgusted when we have those type of conversations in our community. And at a local level, if we fail to recognize that whether you're a director, whether you're an administrator, whether you're assistant administrator, if you fail to recognize the importance of diversity and inclusion, well then shame on you, because you are a part of the problem. And so also, I certainly want to thank Claire and our summer employment program, and that's one of the programs that we've stepped forward to in making sure that we grow our own. And that's why I'm very supportive of Adam Harrison, because Steve, you're absolutely right. Why do we go outside this community to bring people in when we have people that live here, work here, pay taxes here? So I'm very supportive of homegrown, but I'm also very inclusive of people who are homegrown, who understand the importance of not just forgetting why they're in a position, that they are inclusive of everybody. And we have a horrible affordable housing. HUD has just released the guidelines. In an affordable house with subsidies from SHIP and home is $480,000. And so I encourage my colleagues and us to search for a first-time home buyer, that many of the people that work in this county that serve daily for the people cannot afford a first-time home here in this community. And when SHIP has increased the guidelines for what is affordable or attainable, and we've yet to increase those salaries of those people, the people that come and serve every day still find themselves in poverty. And so, Jeff, I think the fentanyl issue, all the issues, we talked at the Children's Trust about funding training for daycare workers and funding millions of dollars to train them and to market it, but the pay scale is only $12 an hour. And I said, well, why would you market a job for $12 an hour? Because that person ends up Kohler in the Pines, they end up in Forest Creek, they end up in Oakwood Terrace, and they end up in a place of poverty. And so, excuse me? And they end up in Johnson Lakes. And at the end of the day, we end up footing that bill. At the end of the day, we end up footing that bill. So not only we as a government, but we should encourage all of our partners in economic development to pay people fairly. I mean, record-breaking proceeds, record-breaking profits, and we continue to let people be plagued in poverty. And so, Jeff, I'm going to be, certainly coming forward. It may not be this budget cycle and next budget cycle. We give these across-the-board raises to people who make six figures or who make $70,000, $80,000, but the people who are making $13 and $14 an hour, we fail to give them a livable wage. And to me, that's, sad. So with that, Wes, do you have anything?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Michael Rose to make his way to the front. And while he's come to the front, I too just want to congratulate Chief Harrison. Very excited. I was very excited for that announcement, and I know he will be extremely successful, and we will formally introduce him at our next board meeting. But Michael has some great news, an announcement to make that we were recognized. So, Mike, go ahead.
Yes, it's good to get some good news. Yes, last week I was notified by the Florida Parks and Recreation Association, which is the governing body of Parks and Recreation in the state of Florida, that our department was selected Small Market Department of the Year for in the category of sports marketing and special events. Again, I think we tipped it over when we hosted the SEC Women's Soccer Tournament, but I'm telling you, it's not just that. That was the big one. But we host so many events, whether it be softball, soccer, basketball at gyms across the community, volleyball. It was all a culmination of a lot of events, sports marketing, sports tourism. Again, as you know, my passion is in youth sports, and all that is a culmination. You got a lot of grassroots sports here with football, baseball, a lot of heroes for the kids to look up to. So all of that adds up into events coming to Pensacola. And again, couldn't do it without your support. I found out last week, was kind of keeping it under the vest and making an announcement, let Wes know and Mr. Hall know. But again, it's something to be very proud of. We'll be acknowledged at the state conference in Orlando toward the end of August. And I appreciate your support. We're honored to get this.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to take Director Rhodes. I didn't want to steal his thunder. It's only appropriate for he to be the one to announce that kind of recognition for his office. But as he alluded to his passion being youth sports, as Michael has been my friend since we were playing youth sports together. I'm extremely proud of him and proud of the department that he has. That's, as we've gotten older, that's more than 30 years now, and he does a great job, and he's a good public servant, and he's built a team of public servants over there. The type of feedback that I read the email from the gentleman off of 9 Mile Road earlier, I've gotten similar feedback many times from the people that Michael's staff and his leadership as well have interacted with over the years. They do a great job, and it's nice to be recognized when you do that. So it's fantastic, Michael. Congratulations. I'm proud of
appreciate it. Hey, if I could say one thing too for the folks in the crowd, the constituents and the citizens and you guys, and this is for other departments. As you know, it's blazing hot outside for the last several weeks. I'm telling you, the road department guys, the public safety guys, I'm going to leave some folks out, solid waste, animal services, our parks guys. I'm telling you, they're grinding their tails off in the field to get stuff done in oppressive heat. Again, I'm in the office a lot, as you probably are as well, but the guys in the field, boots on the ground over the last several weeks, it's tough. And that shouldn't go unnoticed by the constituents and the folks inside in the offices. So I'm grateful. Those are truly the folks that need the recognition. I appreciate it.
Mike, let me correct you. I probably wouldn't get elected if I stayed in an office, so I mean, we're out in the field. But I certainly want to say that, when I ran Westside Athletics for the city of Pensacola, as you said, Steve, a true public servant in Mike, and when we served on PSA board for years, it was just good to see you, and we appreciate all that you're doing. And I see the future mayor of Pensacola here with David Barry. He's probably getting a campaign check. But I'm certainly glad to see that your name was not on the roster as we were evaluating new Parks and Rec directors for the city of Pensacola. I'm glad that you didn't apply.
No, I might have been looking for that Tate baseball job, but no, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate the support, guys.
Hey, Michael, before you run off, let me just take a minute to congratulate you as well. And I also want to thank you. I forgot to say this during Commissioners Forum, but Michael Rhodes sent me a very nice email earlier this morning, and District 1 has the newest park in Escambia County in Avondale in District 1. So thank you for that. Sent some pictures, and that's a real big deal for the kids in that community. So thank you for what you do, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll get it. But public school starts next week, so be careful. There'll be a lot of bus traffic, and public school starts, I want to say, Wednesday or Thursday. So a lot of parents' lives will get back to normal.
Well,
Hey, Mike, don't leave.
son.
Let him leave.
Go ahead.
Hey, I've been new here. We don't have a lot of sports stuff in District 2, but every single park I've asked you about, you've been out there working it, and the people notice it. And it means a lot to me, and I know the people of District 2. And can't tell you how much I appreciate what you do and your crew. I've been out there seeing them working at Lexington Terrace and Ara Vista and a lot of these parks, Edgewater, Juanita Williams, and thank you so much. It means a lot to the poor communities in District 2.
Understood. Thank you.
Mike, he's very incorrect. He has a lot of sports programs. They just don't win in District 2. I mean, we
Well, we'll
basically
have
win
a
in
basketball
District-
game with you and I'll win.
Yeah, I mean, y'all kind of struggle. Y'all kind of struggle on the winning side, Commissioner.
Yeah, we've
but-
circled that date NEP
Anytime,
versus Pensacola
Mr.
Tigers.
Chairman.
But Mike, thank you, and thank you. Hey, my son is following your steps and going down to Lucia, so I told him to just do as well as you did up at L.B. Wallace, and we'll be great.
There's not a lot of trouble getting to in Andalusia, Alabama. He'll be all right.
Long as he shoots the hoops. But Mike, on a serious note, if you would, I certainly have been meeting with the city, and I'm glad that the city has represented it. We've had multiple shootings in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, in Commissioner Bagash's district at Bellevue, obviously we had a horrendous killing. We had to get our park safe. And so if you would work with the Parks and Rec of the city, the chief of police, and to figure out, I mean, we can't put that burden of public safety all on the parks. And so if there is another solution, I mean, one of those is to not deny children the opportunity to play football at these parks. If it means,
absolutely.
and I've talked to Bubba, and I've talked to our people, I mean, I'm not going to support any part that if they have 3 extra kids, not allowed to play on a county asset that's worth millions and millions of dollars that we give to organizations for free. So when children are being denied, that's fundamentally a problem. For me, when we're cutting the grass and we're paying millions of dollars to cut the grass, I mean, we're putting in the infrastructure. No child should be denied because of some roster limitation.
Sure.
But with that, I'm willing to certainly bring to this board the opportunity to offset public safety in terms of helping out with police costs, but not if we're going to be denying children the opportunity to play football. So hopefully you can convey that with the city and with the rec parks that we represent in the league.
Thank you. Got
Thank you. Thank you. Wes, you have anything else? Chair, entertain a motion for the adoption of the ratification of proclamations.
Move A, B, and C.
Second.
Please vote. I think we're going to raise our hand, if you're sure. That sounds good. That's 5 in favor. Thank you so much. Adopt the proclamation. Congratulate Ms. Tori Harris for his selection as Employee of the Month.
Tori, you can bring your daughter up with you. Bring her up. Bring your daughter with you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Wes, today we have Tori Harris for Employee of the Month for August 2023. Tori's an IT analyst. He's been with Escambia County for a little over 2 years, 2 years and 3 months. IT is just really excited about this acknowledgement of Tori, and we just really want him to know that we appreciate his efforts inside the department and everything he does to be successful. So with that said, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas Escambia County has established an Employee of the Month program to recognize one employee to represent various departments, and whereas Tori Harris, Information Technology Analyst in the Information Technology Department, began his employment with the county on April 19th, 2021, and is selected for the Employee of the Month for August 2023 for the standards of excellence that he displays in the performance of his duties. And whereas Tori is responsible for performing a variety of functions that include guidance and support for various county departments such as corrections, facilities management, public works, parks and recreation, and waste services, as well as supporting all associated databases, servers, applications, and custom applications. Whereas Tori serves as project manager for all information technology projects involving the departments he supports. He managed the setup of several tasks with the new Escambia County Jail, such as the General Educational Development Testing Room for inmates, the Virtual First Appearance Room, the Law Enforcement Officer Room, the expansion of video surveillance viewing capacity to accommodate command staff, and coordinating efforts to install Spider Cloud to provide cellular service inside the jail. And whereas Tori played a pivotal role in creating a custom-built application to track county risk investigations, and in updating and replacing the video surveillance equipment at several county locations. Tori also collaborated with the web coordinator to develop the Power BI visuals for the community shelter dashboard. And whereas Tori establishes and maintains positive relationships with providers of several county applications such as Lucidity, SmartCop, and Informer, while ensuring the software fits the strategic vision of the county and meets all security requirements. And whereas Tori is a veteran of the United States Army who served 2 tours in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and a graduate of University of West Florida, where he was a charter member and treasurer of the Student Veterans of America and a member of the Association of Information Systems Organization. Tori has also been involved in the community by serving as a loaned executive for the United Way of Pensacola, United Way of Escambia County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, commends and congratulates Mr. Tori Harris on his selection as Employee of the Month for August 2023. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Luman J. May, Chairman, District 3, Stephen Barry, Vice Chairman, District 5, Jeff Bragash, District 1, Michael Kohler, District 2, and Robert Bender, District 4. Congratulations. You want to say something?
Hello, thank you, everybody. I would just like to take this moment to, I'm going to keep it short, by the way, to thank my director, Scott McDonald, and my immediate supervisor, Mike Puentes. And most importantly, I want to thank the staff I work with. You know, we put our heads together every day to solve problems for the county and leverage technology. And without them, all my accomplishments would be theoretical. So without them, I'd be nowhere. So I just want to thank them and thank you. And that's it.
Congratulations, Mr. Harris.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. B and C have been ratified. Written communication, Attorney Rogers.
Yes, sir. We went through this a little bit this morning. We did go back to do a little bit of math, and if the board were to go back to the relief originally granted to this person back in 2013, giving them credit for the $875.71 that they've paid, plus the filing cost of the liens, it comes out to a remaining amount of $2,969.79 that would be due. Their request would be to do that by a payment plan, which they would have to work out through the clerk's office, if that's what the court is, if that's what the board is.
Are the petitioners here tonight?
Madam Counsel, was it 2979.69?
$29.69 and 79
okay.
cents.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, I'm the one that owned the property at 600 Sunny Boy, and just ran into some hardship when my wife and I started trying to pay that lien on that property, and we didn't realize that it would be reversed back. And so if there's any kind of way that we could have it reinstated, I think we can take care of it probably in the next 5 days.
You can pay the full thing in 5 days?
Yes.
Okay, and so we would reinstate, it's $2,900?
The amount remaining by our calculations is $2,969.79 if you go
Miss-
back to what you originally granted in 2013.
Mr. Chairman, if that's your wish, I'll make the motion if that's your wish.
Yeah, so I don't want to put you in a position that you can't do it, because I certainly, the importance of retaining your land in Inslee is important to me.
Right.
But if you think you can do you need 5 days, 10 days, 15 days? Because whatever we decide to make this motion on.
Let's make it 10 days.
They would typically have 60 days, I believe, to take advantage of the board's vote through the clerk's office. That's generally been what we've been told previously.
You know, I honestly, right now, I don't know, but if that's what you've been told previously, then,
Unless something has changed, that's what we've
to
previously
my
advised.
knowledge, I'm not
So
aware of it.
what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask Commissioner Mayor to make this motion. I'm very familiar with Sunny Boy. My Aretta Greens lives out there. I want to give you 60 days, but you're going to have to get it done within those 60, because if it comes back, there won't be any leniency.
Okay.
So rather than give you 5 days, I want to give you 60 days, because I want to make sure you get it done. That would be my desire, Commissioner Berry.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that upon collection of $2,969.79 within 60 days by the applicant, that the board waive all the other fines or liens and consider that paid in full.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimous. Thank you, and I appreciate it. Just make sure you get it in the next 60 days. Yes, sir. Did the clerk's office receive proof of publication for public hearing?
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office has received all proofs.
Move to waive the reading. Second.
We have a motion, second. Please vote. That passes. Excuse me? By hand, it passes unanimous. Thank you. Public hearing 531. And we do have a speaker. If y'all would entertain the speaker first. Mr. Tom Jardine.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Tom Jardine, 1112 Vita Luna. And I've lived on Pensacola Beach for 26 years. I know a little bit about the tourism industry, and I know a lot about Pensacola Beach. This is should be our grand opportunity to be making a lot of money on tourism and improving the quality of life in this county, and we're blowing it. All that money is going into tourism advertising. You guys are in charge of the Tourist Development Council, And they're nice people. I mean, they're all delightful, but they are doing a horrible job, in my opinion, on every metric. They meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No citizens can attend those meetings at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Half their meetings this year have been on the wrong dates. They put in one date that they were going to be there Tuesday at 10 a.m., and then they don't meet for like a week later at 1500. Their roster's all wrong. There's 9 members on that council. They seem to get reappointed all the time. There's one member from Pensacola City Councilman who I don't even think is on, Jared, whatever. I don't even know if he's still on there. You guys are, of course, you didn't keep up with your ordinance. But, I can see how that kind of thing might slide, but you seem complacent in general. We're missing out. The citizens are getting ripped off. It comes down to that. We can't pay for the Bob Sykes Bridge when we have all this tourism. We have more people going over that bridge all the time due to tourism. We have, you guys, I don't know if you know this or not, but you and your appointees on the Island Authority, and I like all those board members on the Island Authority, but you guys have approved 5 huge towers to be built on that Pensacola Beach recently. We gave away a 2,755 square foot previously unleased Casino Beach property to Vida Luna. We gave it away to Innisfree behind the scenes so they can build a 12-story tower on Casino Beach. We're getting ripped off. We've got people coming over that beach.
Your time is up, sir. Would you bring it to a close? But you're going to bring it close.
Okay, thank you. Well, nature centers, we need them. This is the opportunity. That tourist development council wants to throw all the money in.
You have to speak to the item that's on the agenda. We're not at Nature Center. You can sign up for it, though.
Oh, I thought it was nature centers I was speaking about. Is that not right?
No.
Something's gone wrong with them. They told me I wasn't even eligible to speak at public.
Okay, you can go to that. I mean, you can come back. You can just go sign up for it. And in the meantime, David Bear, who's the chairman of TDC, he's here. He'll probably give you his personal cell. So he's right in the back. So, I mean, just call him. Chair will entertain a motion.
If there's no discussion, I'll move the item in the affirmative.
We have a motion and a second with divulging David Bear's number. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get the second.
Who seconded? Anybody? Who seconded? Commissioner Colvin. All in favor? Passes 5 unanimous. Thank you so much. Clerk and Comptroller report.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
if you would like, if we could move to the resolution since it's tied closely to the ordinance for the TDT.
Would you want to do the Clerks and Comptroller report first, or do you want to do that first? It's up to you.
It's up to the board. I thought this morning we said we would do the resolution.
I mean, it's just.
I don't care.
It's a consent item. I mean.
It'll
we
take
can
2
go ahead and
seconds
take
to do the
it.
Clerk
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Comptroller.
All right. I'll move the Clerk and Comptroller's report.
Second.
Please vote. Passes 5 in favor. 5 in favor. Thank you so much. Okay. Wes, you or Allison? Allison, and can you move the attorney report with it? You said we're going to take both at the
There's
same
just
time.
one item on the county attorney's report, and that is the resolution that we discussed this morning having to do with the nature center designation. And I turn it over to the board if you want to take that item up now.
We do have 3 speakers, Madam Council. If we would take those before discussion. Is that good with my colleagues? Thank you. Charles Krupnick.
Yes, Charles Krupnick, 14500 River Road, Pensacola. The resolution states establishing certain findings related to the county's beaches and waterways and the ties between the Marine Resource Divisions and the Division of and Department of Tourism. Certain findings, that's just a little murky. My concern is in the Appendix A, where it lists some of the services that may be provided, one of which is beach renourishment to Escambia County's public beaches. Is there any intent at all, since there is a possibility that some private beaches will have public access for some easement, because of an easement, is there any intent that this resolution would then apply to those areas that might have public access because of that easement. Because certainly things like beach renourishment is a major issue, and it's something that has been controversial in the past. So that's really just a question.
I mean, if it's legal and we can do it, but I mean, I don't know if we can put government money on private property, even if there is an easement. The lawyer's right here, though. Could we do that? He's talking about the parcels, the 62 parcels that have the 75-foot public
Yeah,
easement.
there's a specific process that we would have to follow for purposes of doing beach renourishment. We typically have to establish a mean high water line and things like that. I mean, there would be a process that would have to be followed with FDEP.
But once that was followed, could we spend public money on private properties even because they have a public easement?
Yeah, potentially what happens is that there's an establishment of a boundary, and then properties seaward of that would become public.
Oh,
Well, that's
even
the
better.
issue.
That's even
Because in
better.
the past, it's been highly controversial.
Sure.
Because it then's become a public access.
Yes.
Well, then maybe not.
Public ownership issue.
But as to whether or not there's any intent to pursue that, that would be not up to me. That would be up to the board.
I just want to know if we could do it. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Charles.
All right, thank you.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Day?
Well,
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
so Tim, come on up real quick. So, we talked a little bit about this 2 weeks ago. So, some of our neighbors to the south, they're having problems getting permits, but those are more core projects, because they don't have easements to that property.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, the problem with that is that they didn't have the easements, and it was delaying the projects, over 10 years. And so the federal project isn't willing to move forward with that due to the lack of public support.
Was that Charlotte County, maybe? Something like that. I mean, Jeff, there's a county in, I think maybe Charlotte, that was hit with Ian, that they're trying to renourish the beach, and they've been trying to do it. But there's like 10 or 15 property owners that won't give them an easement. And so, yeah, and so the Corps has said, we're not going to give you a permit, but we wouldn't necessarily go through the Corps, which could.
We wouldn't go through the Corps, but it's like Perdita Key right now, it would take not less than 6 years to bring a project to bear if I was told to do nourishment on the key. And that's just the fastest, just to get through the state process. We would need 100% participation on all the private landowners to grant us the easement, so we had the public interest in the beach to be able to move forward. So
Hey, Tim, while you're there, let me ask you a question, because the attorney, we all just heard her say that something about that if we did it, then it would become public. But we renourished after Ivan, and it wasn't public, so.
So what was done after Ivan is considered dune restoration and not beach nourishment.
Right.
Beach nourishment is putting sand within the Gulf of Mexico and creating new beach, what is existing state-owned lands. So where we put sand was already on private property. It was a mitigation measure.
Okay.
Just like the Blue Roof program was to help protect people's roofs on private property.
Right, okay. Because people get mixed up on that. Thank you. All right.
Anything else, Commissioner? Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ms. Mel Pino.
Thank you, Chairman May. I'm just going to reiterate, underline, and expand just a bit on the last time I came on this item, which was when it first came on the agenda, and I have shared with Commissioner Bergosh and Commissioner Bender, in particular, my concerns about this. And it is, and I was even, Commissioner Bender, I was really heartened to hear you even mention a bayou or concerns that people would have for that. It made me really feel like you had listened to people's concerns on it. Per this item, I don't give a crap about the TDT. Other people can fight about where they want to put this money on the TDT. I literally do not care. And why anybody would think that I was shilling for the hoteliers after I spent 2 years of my life fighting the roundabout, I don't get it. This is not a TDT concern for me, although I will say that the resolution doesn't make a lot of legal sense to me, but I'll let wiser minds than mine figure that out. What scares me is that you guys might intentionally create some problem with the littoral and with beachfront that is publicly owned all over Escambia County. And I don't know that it's been considered that if you guys just do this whole cloth, and of course, I'm looking through a lens of Navy Point Park, but it's not like that's going to be the only waterfront that's impacted. So we have a 1944 covenant that in perpetuity that is dedicated to public use, and it is not to be built on. What happens if it becomes a nature center? All of a sudden, do we have Quint Studer down checking out the digs and seeing if it's a good place for a new maritime? Like, those are not far-fetched concerns. And so I wish that commissioners would isolate what they actually think are well-planned places for a focal center of a community of nature centers that we could get behind. And those are my concerns that have nothing to do with the TDC. Thank you.
Thank you. David Baer.
David Baer, 885 Tanglewood Drive, Pensacola, Florida. Thank you, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney. I'm here tonight to oppose this resolution. Several months ago, I think it was in March, you guys had this resolution and the ordinance on your agenda to discuss, and it affects tourism. And it had never been brought to the Tourist Development Council to discuss it. So I came to the meeting and I asked if you would please bring that to the TDC and give them the opportunity, since we were created by statute, to address all things tourism and make the recommendation for tourism development. And this ordinance and this resolution has some pretty material impact to it. And so you guys gave us that opportunity. We brought it up at our April meeting, and we voted in support of the ordinance that you guys have already passed this evening, but we voted against this resolution. The reason we voted against the resolution is because it undermines the legislative intent. The legislature specifically said in the statute that created TDT, it enumerated exactly what is allowed by law to be spent, and if it's not enumerated, then it's unauthorized expenditures. And so by creating a nature center or designating the entire county to be a nature center, you still have to find legislative, the justification of what the expense is, and it has to be the primary purpose of that expense for tourism development. So, as an example, landscaping at Pensacola Beach is the primary purpose of landscaping at Pensacola Beach, cutting the grass in the median all the way out to the national park out there. Is that primary purpose for the development of tourism? And I would answer the question, no. That's a public works. It's a requirement, an obligation of the county to beautify all of its medians up Highway 29 all the way to the north end of the county, not just at Pensacola Beach. So the landscaping, as an example, is not a primary purpose for tourism development. It may enhance the visitor's experience here, just like it does on Highway 29, just like it does up, in Perdido Bay, anywhere. And so using that as an example, that is not the primary purpose. And so creating a nature center, which was not the recommendation of the Auditor General. The Auditor General has a recommendation in its report, and it never mentions nature center. And so to bring this and vote in favor of it is just to undermine what the legislative intent is for the development of tourism and the use of these taxes. And so I would implore you to please reconsider or consider voting against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baer. Tom Jardine.
Tom Jardine, 1112 Deluna. So I've been watching, and the Tourist Development Council, they're real nice people, They've been on that council too long. You guys need to get more involved in tourism. Yes, we have a lot of waterways. They all should be designated nature centers. Mr. Bear says that's too, it's not focused enough. Well, we are competing internationally for tourism dollars. I know that we're spending money all over this world, certainly all over this country. And on a nationwide perspective, Escambia County's waterways are very focused. What we should be doing, we need to get 9 people on that Tourist Development Council whose objective is to maximize, use our record tourist taxes to maximize the long-term benefits of every citizen in this county. That includes District 3's district. Nature centers, this is the opportunity to do that. And I disagree with Mr. Bear. It sounds like they gave a oral recommendation about nature centers. Stephen Hall and Kristen Huell didn't come up with that term. That term is in the darn statute. I've read it myself. We're getting ripped off is what it comes down to. When I see our tourist development, we have record tourist development dollars. And when I see that we get $21.8 million of tourist development dollars, I should be celebrating as a citizen, but I'm not. I'm depressed because all I know is that they're just going to pour that money into more advertising that we certainly don't need. That bridge is already clobbered with people. We got traffic. We sold all of our best real estate, our most valuable real estate, to the tourism industry. Every person who comes over that beach is going to take a toll. You know, the demand is increasing on our environment. And of that $21.8 million of tourist development dollars, I don't think we're putting $1 into the environment in Pensacola Beach. I know Bayou Chico is I wouldn't swim in Bayou Chico for $1 million. Even Perdido Bay, we need these nature centers. This is your opportunity to make good. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We have no more speakers. Is there a motion or is there a debate? What are we looking for? 2 motions, Madam Council, for one for the resolution, one for the ordinance? What are
You've
you
already
seeking?
passed the ordinance, so you're good with that. The only remaining issue is whether or not you want to vote for this resolution.
Okay. Commissioner Kohler?
Yeah, I want to have a little bit of discussion on this, if we don't.
Well, you lead the discussion. We'll follow.
Okay, thank you. First of all, David, I came back and, like I told you on Monday, and got with Wes and asked what the options were, and it was that we would have to come out of pocket in general fund $475,000. Now, I differ with you a little bit. If we don't maintain the beaches, people may not come to them, and it affects TDT, but I'm not sure that's about $125,000. I think it does matter, because the beach and the museum are the top 2 sites people come to in Pensacola, so if we don't have a nice beach, I think it's going to affect our dollars. But my question is, I'm confused, and this is from Madam Attorney. Can we minimize the nature centers so that it targets the beach and it's a little bit more focused? I think that
Yes.
the nature centers as a whole, I'm kind of having to hang up with that as well.
You can draw the nature center designation as narrowly as you legislatively wish to do. You just need to know that that may definitely affect the extent to which it becomes that enough of a foundation is laid to use TDT as the funding source for all of the expenses that it's currently being used for. So 100% of your salaries for your Marine Resources Division, including their equipment programs, is being paid for by TDT, as well as some of these, the mowing and things out at Pensacola Beach. You can absolutely draw the nature center designation more narrowly.
And the only, this has always come out of TDT prior to the audit, is that correct?
I don't know how long it's come out of TDT. That would be a budget question. I do know it is currently coming out of TDT.
Hi, Commissioner. This is just off the top of my head, but it's definitely been roughly about a decade, certainly, that we've been doing that. So just for information for the board.
Well, where were we funding it before? Out of general fund?
General fund, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, the question becomes this. If we're going to call, the beach or Perdido or whatever the destinations, there's, if we're saying that we're spending money because it's a tourist destination, people that I represent may not be going there. And so, I mean, proportionately, I'm not going to support taking more money out of the general fund proportionally to plant, and David Bear and I had this conversation, to plant palm trees and grass and give 3 days a week of mowing on the beach during the summer and give 1 day a month of mowing in my CRA. You know, that's just not going, I mean, that's not right. It's all citizens' money. So if you need enhanced beautification, you need to figure out where the funding comes from. And I don't know whether it comes from TDC. I don't know where it comes from. But what I'm going to say, you know, I'm not making one vote that if they cut the grass and plant palm trees and all these things on Pensacola Beach, they're going to do it in Brownsville too. And they're going to do it in Montclair as far as I'm concerned. Because the justification is we're doing this because it's a tourist destination. Well, if it's a tourist destination, then tourists pay for it. You know, I mean, you know, so that's, I can't wrap my arms around that. You know, and listen, it may be more clarification, or we may need to look at this a little more in detail before we make a vote. But I'm just telling you, that's my position on it, and certainly.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's not a lot of tourism going on in Warrington Beach Haven either, so I understand that.
Right.
So I
but
get
that doesn't mean that you shouldn't get the same TLC that every other area gets. I mean, we have to have equity and equality across the board. You can't say, oh, because more people, you know what, more people that vote for me may go to Brownsville than they do Pensacola Beach. I mean, you know what? So, I mean, they may go to a historical site. They may go to historic Warrington. They may be people that are military that stay in Navy Point. I don't know. But, you know, to make an intelligent decision, I want to have that data. Tell me proportionally spending per acreage, how much are we spending for landscape, upkeep, public works on Pensacola Beach versus what we're spending with the rest of the county? And if that's equal, then, my God, then that's fair. Then let's just take it out of a general fund. That's fair. But if we're saying that we're enhancing it because it's a tourism destination, I don't know who pays for that. Jeff?
Yeah, and like I said earlier this morning during the conversation, I mean, this just really opens several cans of worms because, you know, number one, the TDC, they make a valid point when it does look like we're trying to frustrate the statutory. When they say a nature center, I mean, you know, 99 people out of 100 are going to think a center is one thing if you try to expand it out. But more importantly now, you know, if we're using that money to cut the grass at Pensacola Beach, are we using the same amount to cut the grass and take care of the multi-use path in the other areas of Perdido Key? Because I don't see it happening out there. Are we spending, Wes, are we spending any of this money out in Perdido Key? And if not, why not?
Well, historically, we've not spent TDT money to maintain walkways in Perdido Key.
Well, I mean, you know, Perdido Key needs a lot of work. I mean, a lot of folks out there feel like it's been neglected. So I just think there's a lot of problems with this. I'm just not, I'm not ready to vote for it. I don't.
I mean, I got a holding pond that I'm gonna make out of fish pond. We're gonna call it a nature center. I mean, in District 3, so people can come see it. And so now we label that a nature center. I don't know. I'm not saying. Do I believe that the beach is our #1 tourist attraction? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so how do we get to it? And for me, I would want more clarification.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna really narrow a nature center, I mean, out at Perdido Key, we've got the beach mouse, we've got protected species, we've got the turtles, we got the net. I mean, we've got a couple of very rustic, you know, beach access points with very little service, right? The trash cans are overflowing, trash all over the place. I mean, maybe if we really want to narrow it down, maybe we narrow it down to the public beach accesses of Perdido Key. Put some money out there.
Oh, no,
Put some money out there.
Dude, I mean, people want to come to your district and see the white beach mouse. I mean, they come to my district to see the black rats. I mean, so how do we justify it? I mean, go figure. I mean, yeah, I mean, so, I mean, Commissioner Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would say that yes. I mean, I believe when this item came in front of the TDT in February 2020, it passed unanimously on the board. I don't have that in front of me, but I'm pretty sure everyone voted for it. You know, we mow out there weekly, and I'm, you know, not aware of any other area in the county that gets that type of service. So I would be in favor of narrowing the scope of this, of the area that would be the nature center. You know, I think that it's unique in that, you know, we do own the island, and so that could lead to it. So, you know, actually in the audit under the landscape maintenance. It does say that state law does allow a county with a population of less than 950 to use TDT collections from the first 3% levied for the operation or maintenance of nature centers, which are either publicly owned, which this is, and owned and operated by the non-profit.
And Rob, that's pretty clear in the statute, right? Because I've asked that question to people that I know in the TDC.
Yeah.
I mean, is it allowed by statute? And you're saying it is, for sure.
Yes, for nature centers, and that's why when we had the meeting and Stefan was there and the attorney was there and I was there, that they suggested labeling Pensacola Beach as that nature center, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir, which is why I think you see the reference in the audit report.
So it is there. You know, and as far as marine resources, so I pulled, you know, some of the major programs that they do. Artificial reefs, you know, as I said, the last couple of years, Captain Turpin has worked tirelessly on building what the largest natural artificial reef with the bridge rubble in the Gulf of Mexico. Waterways access with boat ramps and things like that. Waterways management, you know, making sure that we have the navigation to have all these charter fishing boats and everything make their way out. You know, and part of what we do, and it is also in here about sea turtle nests, is turtle patrol. And that is required under our permit for renourishment. And I'd say renourishment is primarily to have a beach to have tourists come and visit. The artificial reef, so all that to say is that I think, you know, if we needed to reduce the scope, if it was an easier pill to swallow for some, I would like to include for marine resources the artificial reefs, anything with turtle patrol, because it's linked to renourishment and required under our permit that allows for renourishment. Captain Turpin, I know, also does fishing tournaments, and I was able to do the rodeo, Bud Light Rodeo, I think it was, out at Pensacola Beach, and he was out there, and they're educating people on the fish, and I think serving as the weighmaster, and you know, it was being held at Flounders. I didn't see a lot of locals out there. It seemed like it was a lot of tourists, but you have people that come in for those fishing tournaments, and so if we needed to narrow that scope a little bit to some of those activities, you know, I think, of course, having access to the water is good, but if you know, the rest of the board couldn't get there, but again, I think this money that we spend on mowing on the beach and doing that, I do believe it is because we want to have that beach looking the best that it can as the tourists come across, and you know, that's why we have fought to try to get money for our Gateway project, to do landscaping there, to improve you know, improve that first thing that tourists see when they come onto the beach. And so if we needed to, you know, refine what's included, then I'd be open to that.
Well, Robert, it's got to include Perdido Key now. I mean, if we can get some maintenance money, I mean, if you're spending $150 a year out at Pensacola Beach when you have the Island Authority and you've got our Public Works detachment out there, we're subsidizing over $1 million a year. I'm just not getting that level of service out. I get a lot of complaints about our access points out there, a lot of trash, it overflows. So, I mean, anything that we're going to add, Perdido Key is going to be part of it, because that really is, I mean, a lot more back to nature than Pensacola Beach. Pensacola Beach is built up and commercialized.
Sure.
Out areas of Perdido Key are very rustic. So whatever we do, we're going to get some of that money going forward if we're going to do anything. That's the way that's going to work.
Yep.
Well, yeah, and Robert, you know, from my position, and I'll give turn it over back to you. From my position, I'd like where you're going, Robert, in terms of compromising and recognizing TLC. In my opinion, I mean, the TDC, we appoint them. I would like to be in tandem with them. I mean, your recommendation, I'd like to see it go back to them and come back with a compromise, which will be all positive. I mean, because tourism is one of our
And we have a meeting on Tuesday if you'd want to make that
Yeah,
motion.
I mean, so, yeah, well, I can't make a motion as a chair, but I mean, I would if I had to pass the gavel. But I'd like to make sure that we're all on the same page. I mean, I never like to have a public disagreement on a split vote with anything with military and tourism. And so, and granted, I respect Perdido and Pensacola Beach, but I like it, but nobody in Perdido or Perdido have voted for me yet. I mean, it's kind of like people that pray for you that don't live in your district, so they've never voted for you. But so at the same time, we have a responsibility to everyone, but I do understand the importance of Perdido and Pensacola Beach to our economy because, it's important, but Robert, quite frankly, I like where you're going. I can support it. But I certainly would like it to go back to the TDC, to our friends there, so it can be massaged and brought back. And so if I had to make that motion, Jeff, I would.
Sure.
Commissioner Baer? I'm sorry,
if
Rob.
I may-
Go ahead, Rob.
And Jeff, I think there's been talk about, trying to expand the public works and uses, and I would say I'm not necessarily in favor of that. As our rep on the board, I just want to let you know I'm not trying to go on a money grab of TDT for public works on the beach. This was, I think the job that they do is exceptional. As Michael Rhodes pointed out, they're out there every day in the heat, picking up trash, raking the beach and making it look good for everybody. So I'm not looking to have them supplant our funding of public works out there. And of course, we are restricted by the statute. We can't pay for lifeguards, we can't pay for sheriff, all these things that we can't pay for that our neighbors to the east can, because they have the right number of municipalities and, the pine tree in the middle of the fork goes the right way or whatever. But again, it is service that is well exceeds what the rest of the county gets. And so I would like to look at those things and see what we can agree on.
Robert, why don't we let it go back to the TDC on Tuesday and see if there's a compromise that could be worked? I mean, I'm hearing your list of things. Obviously, I want money for Perdido if we're going to spend that money. I think Perdido is a nature center. There's no question. So I don't know. I would move that we drop this tonight and refer it to the TDC on Tuesday and let them come back.
All right.
Yeah.
Jeff, if you might hold that for just a second.
Sure.
Jeff, could you pull that back and let Commissioner Berry speak?
I'll withdraw the motion.
He really has waited patiently, but Commissioner Berry, let me just say one thing to Jeff and to Robert. And I have all these little sayings in my head from my father, but he would say that if we had guests, if we wouldn't clean up for ourselves, we're not going to clean it up for our guests. There's no way that I'm going to justify, to my constituents that I represent that I pedicure Pensacola Beach every week, but it's every 90 days that I cut your grass, and that's going to be an uncomfortable conversation. And so without me justifying why they get that cut, that's not fair treatment. I mean, I can't say that your grass is being overgrown in the aviation field, but they cut the pretty grass on Pensacola Beach, and at Blue Angels, you got to watch it on TV because you can't afford to go over there. That's not what I'm going to support. I can just tell y'all that. Commissioner Berry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I understand what Commissioner Bergosh is talking about. He wants to get some money for Perdita Key. I wouldn't mind getting some money back from Pensacola Beach from a decision that I made 7 or 8 years ago. We made a decision based on the best information at the time, and it just hasn't worked out that way. So, nonetheless, I do think it's, Robert, I think this is somewhat what you were alluding to. I think it's appropriate to have the additional upkeep and the additional nurturing that happens on the island paid for out of TDT. Now, I don't think it's an all or nothing situation, and I heard what Stephen said. I know that a portion of marine resources has been paid out of TDT for some period of time. I did not remember it being all for that period of time. I thought at one time it was a smaller portion, and then that was maybe adjusted a few years ago when a different administrator was in place. But I certainly could be wrong about that. But I do think the things that we can tie to tourism there's a level of service that exists in 99% of the county, and then there's a level of service that exists in the other 1%. Only having all of my geography being the 99%, I have no areas of those increased service. So, but I don't think it's all or nothing. I think that it's to say that 100% of the marine resource salaries should be paid out of it. Yeah, that's maybe not. That's maybe not a fair statement. That's maybe not an equitable division. But to say that the extra upkeep and those things that happen on the island, shouldn't be paid out there, that's probably not accurate either. I think that in this case, the landing spot and some degree of good public service should probably be somewhere in between. I think it's probably not going to be that hard to estimate, just ballpark out of marine resources, what portion of that, should be attributable to it. And if that's something that the board sets 1 year and, we set it, and then, as the year goes on, you kind of evaluate how that's going, and, leadership changes, and, Mr. Turpin has been here for some period of time and does a great job, and, that at different point in time, there may, directors have an ability to also kind of focus on what they focus on, and the next marine resources person might have a different mission, might have a different, he might be more river-oriented, which would open up, other things. I do think it's probably not good public service to identify the whole county as a nature center. I think that's also probably not exactly right, but I don't think there's any chance that we end up back in the general fund for the full allocation, because it's clear that a portion of what's being spent is attributable to the tourism industry. It's just landing on some percentage. And if that's what you're talking about, taking to TDC, that, maybe they hash out some percentage of the, I don't think anyone on our board, and I don't think anyone on that board is going to dispute that, that a portion of marine resources supports tourism industry.
Yeah, I think so. I think they don't.
Probably not anyone on that board would dispute that. It's probably not 100%.
Yeah.
So it's probably some percentage. And then if you look at the, the additional things that are done out there, it ends up being some number. And then we land on some percentage of what the expenditures are, still coming out of TDT, and some percentage of them not. And, what you're talking about at Perdido Key, okay. I mean, it's, what's the bed tax revenue from the Key? Is it 18 or 20%? Or
it's a significant amount.
I don't know exactly what it is. I know it's a substantial. It's more than 15%, I think.
It's 20. It's right at around 20%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some.
Stefan knows for sure. How much is it, Stefan? I'll put him on the spot.
It's in the backup from, on the clerk's item from earlier.
I know it was way up last year.
Perdido Key is it went up 13.8.
It went up 13% last year.
So you've collected 2.3 million of the 12.8.
20.
But like overall last year, Stefan, do we have that number?
20%.
I've seen it somewhere. I think you had a chart that you distributed at one of our meetings.
Commissioner, I do not have by zip code. It'd take me a minute to find it, but I may be able to find it.
It's not insignificant.
It's in the either the high teens or low 20s.
19.7 was last year, and you're 18.1 year to date.
Okay, so
Jeff, so maybe you take that, a little bit of that to discussion on Tuesday as well, and we end up somewhere more somewhere more amenable to the majority.
yeah, and then we can bring it back to this board and put it to bed.
That's fine. I'm good with that.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Robert.
Yeah. So Stephen, I would just, again, the audit, it did say that, in talking about the truck, that it was going to be used for derelict vessel response removal, boat ramp monitoring and maintenance, hauling equipment and boats to go out to do the reefing, sea turtle nest monitoring efforts at Pensacola Beach and Perdido, and attending meetings to give presentations to citizens at outreach and educational events. So the audit said several of those intended uses may relate, at least in part, to tourism and the TDT purposes specified by state law. However, a connection to tourism and the specified statutory purpose is not apparent for those other intended uses, such as citizen presentations. So, I mean, it seemed like they just honed in on that one part about citizen presentations, but felt maybe that the rest was sufficient. So I'm just, I think it would agree with you to some degree.
So, yeah, so maybe it is some percent, and while it outlined what it did, it also probably ran between there and EOC for something, or there and Park Place for something, for county meeting. I mean, it probably does other things as well. Nobody's auditing I don't think anybody's auditing the GPS in the vehicle, but yeah, so maybe it ends up some percentage, and let's let them hash it out a little bit. Commissioner Burgash has exhibited an ability to bring back, to take a discussion and come back with something that's a little more not 100% black or white. So, maybe Jeff's able to do that.
So we have a motion. Robert, let me ask a couple questions for you, or Jeff, because you serve on the board. So we have a sales tax, correct? And then we have a tourist development tax at a hotel on the beach, and then we have an occupancy tax, or do we not have occupancy tax?
That's the TDT,
So that's the occupancy tax. And what rate is that, Robert?
5%.
5%, and on top of the sales tax?
Yeah. And then there's
Okay.
a 2% fee on the island, right? Yeah.
And so where do all those fees go, Jeff?
Well, we use it to advertise, we use it to.
But I'm saying, does it all go to the TDC to allocate? Who allocates those funds?
Oh, well, we do, and then we put it in the unified budget, and then it gets, you're talking about our TDT, our 5 pennies that we have. The 5th penny that we just got is being segregated right now. First year went to advertising, now it's being segregated, and it's building up a fund for our Civic Center 2.0, or whatever we decide to do. And then the first 4 cents, primarily advertising, and then some other programs, ACE, our cultural tourism, Foo Fest, and things like that, and a little bit to visit.
And so at the condos, is there a separate resort fee that goes into?
That goes into hotel owners' pockets. That's where that goes. Very honest.
Maybe they can cut the grass.
Right? Robert doesn't like that, but yeah.
What?
The resort fees at these hotels.
So the total resort fee goes into the.
That goes to the hotel. That's the
part
hotel.
of their profit.
Yeah, I mean, that's whatever extra lifeguards or beach services, or, I mean, that's a charge by the hotel. That's not a tax by us.
Well, I mean, who's paying for the extra lifeguards? I mean.
They are. It's at the hotel. It's for their.
Oh, it's in their hotel.
Our portion of it, Leuven's 5 cents. 5 cents on a dollar.
But
that's our portion.
Well, and that's fine. Jeff, I like where you're going. I mean, but there has to
bring
be
back a
equity.
compromise.
I mean,
But-
yeah.
But Lemon, I just want to clarify, the statute states some of the intended uses, right? Was it 40% has to be used on advertising by statute?
Right. And each penny has individual uses.
Has individual uses. So,
I understand that.
Steve, I'm looking forward to that 5th cent and going to a sports complex out.
Absolutely, they had that.
Me
They had
too.
they had a meeting about it today. I couldn't be more excited.
And I think that's great. I mean, pair that with the recognition that we just got with our parks. And I think we need to get moving on that. We know there's a report coming out on the Bay Center and some funds that we need to start using for that. But I think getting a new facility and pulling in more tourists is a great opportunity, and that's why we put that 5th cent in.
That's right.
And so, and that's because it's a tourist that will end up paying for that new facility.
And that's great, Robert. And I certainly love my colleague in the North End and probably vote with him 95%. But they're not going to cut grass in the North End going to that sports center once a week and cut grass in my district every 3 months. But that's just not the way it works.
Not going to work.
Well,
I mean, yeah. Well, you can cut it twice a week, but I mean,
what about when I start collecting bed tax? I mean, and honestly, that's why I just everything's not every person's issue, and this is where I haven't weighed in as much over the years.
Right.
There's very little of it collected in District 5, and I respect the folks that do have the districts that collect it, and I try to always give some deference. But we're going to get that facility. We're going to start getting some.
You start getting some, but Commissioner Berry, that's why, I mean, no pun intended, I don't mind as much as the out-of-town taxes. We spend a ton of money advertising. Where do you get this from and you don't have to pay taxes? Your tourist tax. I mean, we promote that. Now, you can't take the money of the general Avalon population and give special treatment in any specific area, in my opinion. And so I can't, in good conscience, support that. You're right, absolutely. If you're yielding those dollars, and then you know what? That's why I've always deferred from really having much of an opinion on tourism dollars. You never heard me speak public about anything. You know what? Whatever Bender and Bagash and those guys want, I'm supportive as long as it does not adversely affect me. But I'm not going to be supportive of saying that, you know what? I'm going to make all my money, put it in the bank, and I'm going to take your money and pay the bills. That ain't working. I mean, not for me. So does your motion stand?
I don't think we need to make a motion. This is a discussion item. I'll bring it to the next
thank you.
TDC meeting. In fact, the chairman's here, so, Mr. Chairman, can you add this as a discussion item? All right,
Jeff, there's no rush. I mean, I'll stay here to midnight tonight. Doesn't matter to me. So, yeah, we're good. Wes?
Growth management.
We have a rezoning case 2023-12 from LDR to HDMU. The planning board made a recommendation for approval.
Do we have any speakers on this item?
No, sir.
I move the item in the affirmative.
We have a motion. Second. We have a second. Please vote. That passes 5 in favor. Thank you. Director Jones?
We have the 547 adoption of the zoning map.
Move the item in the affirmative.
Please vote. Passes 5 in favor. Thank you. Director Jones?
Yes, sir. We have the large-scale map amendment.
No speakers. Well, I'm sorry. I apologize. One speaker. Would y'all hear from the speakers?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Just have a seat right there. We appreciate it. Thank you. Are there any questions? Chair, entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the 552.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. 5 in favor. Thank you, ma'am.
That was easy.
Yes, the next item is a recommendation for the rezoning case associated with this property, Z 2023-06, from AGR to rural residential. The planning board made a recommendation for approval.
Steve, your district, when you,
Yes, sir. Do we have any speakers?
no, sir.
No. Yes, sir. I move the item Z-2023-06 to adopt the planning board recommendation for approval from ag to rural residential.
We have a
1 to
motion.
4 acres.
Second.
Please vote. Passes 5 unanimous. Thank you so much. Director Jones?
Yes, sir. 553 is the adoption of the official zoning map.
Move the 553.
Second.
Please vote. 5 in favor. Thank you. Director Jones?
The next item is the West Point final plat approval.
No speakers.
Move the item.
Second.
Please vote. 5 in favor. Thank you. Director Jones?
The next item is consent agenda, which these items would be moved to September the 7th.
No speakers.
Move the consent agenda.
Second.
Please vote.
I thought, were they not moved to the,
Excuse,
I
5
thought I
in
saw the
favor.
update that they were moved to,
What's that, Rob?
they were moved to the 7th? and
Yes,
not
sir.
the-
These are
not
items
the
that had to
16th?
be moved. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because we moved our
Because they
meeting.
was already advertised, so they had to be moved. Yes, sir.
Okay. That passes 5 in favor. Thank you. Director Marino?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 8 items on the technical public service consent agenda. There are no changes. There are no speakers.
Thank you. Chair, entertain a motion.
Move the technical public service consent.
Second.
Please vote. 5 in favor. Thank you so much.
On Car 2, there are 35 items on the budget finance consent agenda, including Commissioner May's add-on. There are no changes at this time. Earlier this morning, Commissioner May, I think you requested to hold Car 2-2.
I'm good with it now. If Calder wants to, Claire, not necessarily
Mr.
happy with
Chairman, I had
it,
a
but
good
I'm.
discussion with Claire. I think she's got a way-ahead plan, so we can drop that.
Yeah. I had a great discussion with her. I think she understands the direction that we're not going to move, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so we-
I'm good. Claire understands. We're not going to go that way
All
anymore.
right, we'll not hold that. Hold Car, for speakers, Car
So,
2-7.
Mr. Chairman, are we dropping the item or are we just not holding it back?
We're not
not
holding
holding
it
it
back.
back.
Unless you, you got an issue?
No, we're just not going to do it anymore?
I think Claire, I think you've understood the direction from the commissioners. Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry, hold for speakers, Car 2-7, Car 2-8, Car 2-24.
Okay, Chair, entertain a motion for the balance.
Move the balance.
Second.
Please vote. That passes 5 in favor. Wes?
Car 2-7, Chris Kerb, and you might as well hit Car 2-8 while you're there.
Thank you, sir. I rise in support of this DEP agreement. I spoke earlier about this Resilient Florida Grant Program. This is right up my alley. This is the kind of stuff that I like to read. So, complete watershed scale compound flood model and adaptation plan. I'm very interested in the deliverables and the plan that comes out of this grant. And I hope to see and I expect that this will be used to update your drainage needs list as well as the other jurisdictions under this for the estuary program. So I rise in support of that as well on the number 8. That's also the Resilient Florida Program grant. This one has a lot more to it, though. This one's 11 Mile Creek Restoration and Stormwater Enhancement Project. This is a long-standing drainage need in Commissioner Berry's district. This project is just part of the drainage needs listed in the 11 Mile Creek Basin Study. By the way, that's a basin study that we've done 3 times. That project is based on the 1999 basin study after Hurricane George, which was originally studied in 1994 when we did our original 11 Mile Creek Basin study. Again, it was updated in 2009 as part of the Blue Pit Grant project that was expanded twice. I guess we didn't do it right the first time. And the project was took the April 2014 flood event with 160 flood damaged homes with 17 of 19 approved HMG buyouts, Hurricane Sally, 100 flood damaged homes with buyouts still pending, and a ton of staff hours, all because the subdivision was built in a floodplain that is clearly not identified as a special flood hazard zone on our federal flood insurance rate maps. It's a lot to say there, but my point on this is I hope to see that we do a lot of our basin studies, that we don't take so long to get to those, that we don't do multiple studies and Band-Aid projects. More specifically, Bayou Marcus Branch B study. I think you need to come up with a plan before we have to have a bunch of hurricanes and more flooding in that basin. I think you should move that up in your basin studies. But I'll leave it at that. I rise in support of both of these. Thank you.
We can extend another minute for you, Chris, if you need it.
Move 7 and 8. Second. Second.
All in favor, vote. Passes 5 in favor. Thank you. Wes.
Car 2-24, Mr. Drake Dimitri.
I just wanted to continue on the topic, which I feel is related to this 24 item. I'm not an expert on this, but it's talking about miscellaneous resurfacing projects, which I think that may include the what I heard about the upcoming resurfacing of Gulf Beach Highway, and Sorrento, but. Again, I would reference the, the FHWA, I guess that stands for Florida Highway, Federal Highway Administration Office of Civil Rights. And now first I want to regress back to, I appreciate all the comments spoken earlier. I appreciate Lumen May's comments about inclusion and communication working together. And, sometimes we define it in different ways, but I do think that this whole corridor of GBH, Gulf Beach Highway, and Sorrento has been neglected for quite a few terms. One could even say it's been somewhat redlined. And so I want to, just give the idea again. I really enjoy hearing these thoughts you bring up about communication and working together, and integration is very important. And I work in a technical field. I fabricate metal products, and as I try to grow in my field, I find that it's very important to follow these deeply studied procedures to help create the best possible.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, I'm sorry. So can I just say one thing that this integration, I would like the Board of Commissioners to consider this when they're considering these projects, to integrate all the different aspects of these road projects.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Drake, the road you're talking about is FDOT and is part of the TPO. We're having a meeting on August 9th at the Bay Center at 9. Well, this is discussed, this is the opportunity to talk about Gold Beach Highway and where you would like it to be. I'm getting a lot of complaints, I understand, but that's the place to express your concerns. It's August 9th at the TPO.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Need to move the item?
please pass 5 in favor. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, there are 2 items on the discussion agenda. There's speakers on car 3-1. Mel Pino.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. This is the parking LDC that got expanded at the morning agenda review, right? I literally told a friend yesterday not to kill herself and get herself all depressed by committing herself to advocating to have better development in Escambia County. Because I said, you're going to cry yourself to sleep at night, you're going to hit your head against a wall, because it's the state that's driving this. And a lot of local advocates don't understand that the state made it Katie bar the door. And I said, I don't see the commission having any appetite to rein things in from what the state is encouraging per development. And then you guys had your discussion this morning, which was like a miracle. It was like manna from the heavens to hear you all talk about making some changes. And when people are coming here, I think they get written off, or they have in the past too much, as NIMBY. You know, and there is some NIMBY going on, right? Especially the people that vote Republican and want the deregulation, DeSantis's deregathon. Everybody was all about it until it hit their backyards. And what confuses me is people vote for these policies, and then when it hits their backyards, they don't want them anymore. But I was so happy to hear today you guys talk about this, because when people's livelihoods are being destroyed, and that literally is what's happening, this isn't a bunch of people getting up and complaining about nothing. Their houses, their dreams, their finances are getting wrecked, and they're getting no help from the state. And they're not going to for a really long time, because the state's a freaking wreck. So you guys have to help us, and thank you for the conversation that you had this morning. I'm really looking forward. I mean, parking is just the start of it, right? Thanks.
Thank you, Mel. Mr. Chairman, there are 10 speakers.
Want to move the item? No, it's just discussion. Yeah,
no
we
action
had
to
it
be
this
taken.
morning.
Yeah.
we had it this morning. Yep, thanks, Jeff.
It's just informational. Mr. Chairman, there's 10 speakers on car 3-2, which is a discussion of OLF 8 and the contract. John Kellis.
I think he split. I don't see him.
Okay.
Oh, did he?
Teresa, would you like to go ahead and go? Teresa?
You're next.
Teresa Blackwell, Beulah, Wonder Lake Road. Horton's new plan and the text of their contract would allow them to virtually scrap the DPZ plan that county commissioners voted into our land development code. The low quality of development will hurt efforts to attract high-quality light industrial, retail, and restaurants. We must hold D.R. Horton to the DPZ master plan, including the design code, and hire more county inspectors. The Horton plan nearly triples residential acreage from 61 acres in the DPZ plan to 170 in their plan. Spreading to the north, it cuts into the light industrial. The DPZ design code requires a better quality of development. Their plan has an integrated mixed-use town center with walkable blocks of retail, restaurants, and services. In contrast, the Horton plan strip retail is isolated in seas of parking with a triangle of green grass that they call a town center. Horton wants more than half of the prime uplands for little more than half the price. So I do appreciate that the western part of the site, they left the western part out of their plan. That acreage is wetlands, forest, and civic zone property for public amenities. But taking their boundary north is not desirable as it cuts too far into the light industrial. The best thing would be to put the reduced acreage out for bid again. But if you continue with Horton, exclude the western slice as they did in another counteroffer that takes their northern boundary back down to halfway up the site. Amanda Carpenter did not get the notice of the agenda addition, so she had to leave. But she lives up adjacent to the property on the western side and had wanted to comment that we should preserve the western woods and wetlands in particular. Also, she is not real pleased with this whole process. And I told her, write a letter.
Teresa, your time's up, please.
Write a letter, send an email. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. John Kellis? Tony Artwell, you'll be next.
Thank you. John Kellis. I live across the street from OLF 8. About 20 years ago, I went on a trip to visit a fellow Navy pilot friend in Ohio. And by luck, I ended up in a town center outside of Columbus, Ohio. I found it was a walkable area, outdoor lifestyle, tree-lined walkways, a grassy area that you could envision outdoor festivals and concerts, holiday events. It had retail shops and restaurants and a big store and pathways and connected bike trails. It was a place to live where you work, drive, and sip, all within walking distance to the park and trails, the kind of place we want and deserve. How many cities are blessed with a clear, large acreage, prime land, a gifted opportunity to leave behind a place where visitors will say, that sure would be a great place to live, like I felt when I visited that spot in Ohio. Now we're down to talking about the Horton proposal versus the compromise plan. Remember, the one that had something in it for everyone. DPZ plan sets limits and codes, not a site plan, but the codes are central to successful development. The limits are not mandates, like speed limits. Then, to review this, don't we need an actual town planner and traffic analyst? I personally am uncomfortable with Horton starting off with the expectation of changes that they want. Will our community be
Yes, sir,
good
you finish up, your
stewards?
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wes?
Tony Artwell and Jacqueline Rogers, you'll be next.
Hey, good evening. I'm Tony Artwell, and I am at 6364 Borough Lane. I am a D.R. Horton homeowner. I'm here this evening to give you a firsthand account of a D.R. Horton build and to hopefully persuade you not to allow one more family to be taken advantage of. Just a few highlights of many, many more that I could talk about. We had a very difficult time after we signed the contract with D.R. Horton. Beer bottles, beer cans at the build site daily, they were annoyances. And it made me feel like it's no wonder that these homes are substandard. At the walkthrough, there was no power in the subdivision, so they finagled power in the kitchen and the hallway. We did the walkthrough with our realtor and our phones with our flashlights on to try and make a punch list, missing things, of course. After being in the house several months, while in the shower, the light fixture fell out of the ceiling. When my husband reattached the fixture, the brackets in the ceiling are not mounted to anything. And I often question how inspections passed or why D.R. Horton continues to get permits in Pensacola. The home is the biggest purchase a family will make in a lifetime. There are people's lives and their savings and their safety are at stake. This was the biggest mistake of our lives. It's a headache and a heartache every time we turn around. And I would be embarrassed if my company's name was D.R. Horton. Please let this be a warning. And know that D.R. Horton does not need to hurt another family. I implore you to do the right thing for the Beulah residents and find another company for this project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hartwell. Wes?
Thank you. Jacqueline Rogers. Carol Armstrong, you'll be next.
Jacqueline Rogers. I'm just here to ask you to protect the OLF 8 master plan and the design code. And please stop tweaking it or changing the land use or the design requirements because they're important. And that's what you did in the sector plan. You only made the changes in favor of the developers. You spent $1.2 million, I'm told, on this OLF 8 master plan, and like the $1 million that was spent on the sector plan, this current board, maybe minus Mr. Kohler, voted for this plan. There was countywide input, and there was Beulah community input. The town center, as reflected on this plan, is very important. We don't need strip malls. It's very important to make this, as Mr. Keller said, a unique, viable, walkable project and a live, work, play community. We don't need more acreage given to D.R. Horton for residential. That will default to what you already have in Beulah. And also, you should listen to the experiences of people like you just heard. And there's other people locally, if you would just listen to your constituents. And then nationally, there's lots of lawsuits. Since you have substantially changed the acreage available, why not just put this property out to bid again to see if you get some more responsive bids with the change in scope? Thank you.
Wes?
Thank you. Carol Armstrong. Laura Wilson, you'll be next.
Carol Armstrong at 4241 Shifco Road. Back when OLF became an opportunity, I was really excited. I thought, wow, we're going to get jobs in our area. And I'm really glad that you all made a change in your plan to allow that to happen so it wouldn't just be strictly residential. I'm wondering if there's a possibility of opening up another vendor besides D.R. Horton, who has come across many times as less than stellar in his buildings. We want people to be glad that they came here to live and that we prepared the way ahead of time so that they would get something of great value for the money that they're having to put into things. And so I would encourage you to consider the possibility of opening to other vendors. And the second item would be I encourage you to consider adding impact fees, and that's been a tough topic for any of y'all to address. And if we could go back to concurrency, I know it's been missing for a long time, but concurrencies for the schools and roads would be such a help to the citizens of Escambia County. I feel like that growth is going to come, and it's okay to come, but it shouldn't necessarily be at the expense of the citizens of this county through their taxes. So I appreciate you taking the suggestions at this time.
Thank you. Laura Wilson. And Zachary Campbell, you'll be next. Laura Wilson. Zachary Campbell. And Amanda Carpenter, you'll be next.
Zachary Campbell. My property borders northwest corner of OLF 8. And I want to speak to the spirit of the master plan. That was the assumption Beulah residents had when it was first given out. And it had a lot of what we wanted insofar as walkable amenities, things like restaurants, retail, and specialty shops, similar to what we have within 100 yards of where I'm standing. That is not in D.R. Horton's wheelhouse. Some of the other things that were on the plan were community-oriented conveniences, such as a post office, maybe even a performance/convention center, and a central park. The latest plan that we saw that was published seems to be more like a dictation from D.R. Horton than a negotiated plan. Horton's reputation precedes them. Multiple code violations in Beulah developments and class action lawsuits in Arizona and Louisiana. The good people of Beulah, I think, would favor a centrally located place like here in downtown. And frankly, we're kind of bewildered that the spirit of the master plan that we were initially given isn't central to the plan anymore. So we're hoping that the board will advocate for the spirit of the master plan that was initially put out, the DPZ plan, and advocate for the community and not allow an opportunistic, out-of-town developer whose reputation is in question be the guiding force for the master, for OLF 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Carpenter?
Amanda had to leave. I spoke about her.
Okay, thank you. Mel Pino? Cecilia Campbell, you'll be next.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. It's no secret to anyone that D.R. Horton is absolutely horrible. They're the worst. And then to make it even better, they're worse here than they are everywhere else. And if anybody doubts it, talk to the tradespeople that have to go into the places that they build. And I have to be careful because I don't want to cease and desist like Margaret and Kelly got from, them or Hammond for speaking the truth. And what Teresa will never understand is that even though she has been insufferable at moments in her arrogant pride over being used like a pawn to get this residential in there, I still want her to win. I still want these people up here to win. I want them to get their master plan. I want them to be happy where they're living. I want people that are moving in there to be in good homes from a company that you guys can trust to deliver. And for there maybe to be little tweaks in the master plan, not giant ones. I don't want Teresa or anybody else to get visited with what we're getting visited with in Navy Point, because Chairman May, it's not all out-of-town developers. I mean, we spent so much money interfacing with them through Clark Partington trying to get a good result out of them. I knew they were never going to do any mixed use, but we still tried. And none of these folks seem to ask themselves, if it's tenable to have an Ab Avo rainbow and unicorns town center, why the hell aren't we getting one on Old Stinky? Because they're not. But even though Teresa did not go about things correctly and she made things more complicated, I still want those folks to get what they want and really what's fair. So please hold to the master plan, rethink Horton.
Thank you. Cecilia? And Chris Kirby, you'll be next.
I am Cecilia Campbell. My husband spoke a moment ago. We live on the border on Flying Field. I'm really perplexed at why we're reading things about D.R. Horton's requirements, and wording that I'm reading says, is already mentioning changing design codes. I was in the meeting when y'all asked each other, well, how much land do you want to save? And the figure was thrown out, 250. And I really am hoping that I'll get to hear y'all discuss some of these questions, because I do wonder why we're not sending it out for another bidder. You know the controversy with D.R. Horton, and the design plan that we trusted y'all to follow, it looks like it's just been, well, no big deal, they're not going to complain. But we're a very small representation of the people. If you followed all of the different neighborhood sites out in Beulah, they're saying some really wicked things about like the corruption on this board. And I'm almost 72, so I do remember what real corruption is. And some of the talk going around is, oh man, is someone going to get murdered, and stuff like that. You know, it's kind of weird, the stories that are going around. Like, well, who are they? You know, who's putting money in their pockets to go with this Horton deal? And we really want to trust you to follow through with what you've said you're going to do. We believed you. We believed you when you said, yes, we are compromising with the DPZ design. And we really just have a lot of questions. I have a question, Commissioner Bagash, about the master plan, the Beulah
Would you close it
master
down?
plan.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Okay, I'm almost finished. My question is about, because I'm assuming y'all are going to talk about this and we're
Well,
going to sit
your
here.
time is up, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. Who's the
My
next speaker?
question is about the
Ma'am, your
master
time is
plan.
up.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman, I think she just wants to know when our,
Okay, answer, go ahead.
when our master plan, the kickoff meeting is 6 o'clock on the August 24th at Beulah Middle School. And that's when Sigma Group is going to come in, and that's for the overall master plan for the entire Beulah area.
I guess that's what I'm curious about, is how is that going to interact? Since we're getting we're not getting what we asked for in the OLF8, is it going to incorporate that 250 acres that y'all are keeping? Are y'all going to work with that, within that?
That is
That's
going to
my
be a
question.
discussion, that's going to be a discussion on the 24th with Sigma. They're going to look at whatever we do, and they're going to incorporate that into the overall master plan. But I would just caution you, I mean, is this the last speaker, Wes?
No.
Okay. Well, you're going to hear us talk about some stuff.
Ms. Campbell, you said something that kind of bothered me. I don't know what murder's about, but I take any threat like that seriously.
Oh,
If you really
yes.
have a threat, I want you to talk to me or the sheriff's department. That was a pretty bold statement you just
No,
said.
they're making jokes about past corruption in the Escambia County Commissioners.
No, I know.
I mean,
but-
like I say, you'd have to be 72 years old to know what I'm talking about.
No, I know about Willie Jr., but you're talking about now. and
Yes.
That's not funny at all.
No, it's not. But
So
that's
I
what I'm
take it
saying.
very
People.
seriously. I'm not trying to be adversarial with you, but.
And I'm
when
not the
some-
one. It's past,
Okay.
that kind of talk was just hearsay, like, oh my goodness. Please tell me, the newcomers are going, what are they talking about?
That's right.
Commissioner Colin, you just got on the board, and I take offense someone bring up Commissioner Junior's name. It's not necessary. And nor am I going to sit here and let people who shot John and they said. Let me tell you what my grandmama said. They killed Christ. I don't care who comes to this podium and tell me what they said. Tell me who said it. And then that's where we can go, because that's a bunch of foolishness when people come down and make accusations like that. That's, and you expect to get treated fairly, you're not going to get that type of treatment. But, Chris, your turn. I don't entertain conversations like that.
I'll just say that no one's given me any money.
No, they hadn't given me any
They
either.
haven't given me any, not a
Yeah.
penny.
Me neither.
Yeah. So, maybe if I live to get 72, they'll give me some money. Go ahead, Chris.
If they don't murder you.
If they don't murder me, yeah, that's right. Maybe they'll find me on the house. I don't know.
Well, OLF is really not in my lane, but I'm going to take an opportunity to use this for flooding and drainage thing. I really do hope the county does, make some money off this property, and I hope to see some of that money go into drainage. And I hope to see the spirit of the master plan go that, held up. But I want to talk about something that I speak quite often about, is the difference between NOAA Atlas 14 and FDOT 1979 rainfall data, which is obsolete and archived. Our code requires a 100-year, 24-hour storm. The difference in the NOAA Atlas 14 and the DOT 1979 rainfall data for a 100-year, 24-hour storm is 2.76 inches. Now, that don't sound like a lot, but when you multiply that over 107 acres, which I believe is the residential property for which we're talking about, that's one 196 cubic feet, roughly 13 million gallons of water. If you add the 241 acres into there, that's 2,414,530 cubic feet, or 18 million gallons. The total is around 4 million cubic feet, or 30 million gallons. Just to give you a scope of that, your code right now still allows the old 1979 rainfall data. You're requesting that you use no Atlas 14, but you're not requiring it. I think you can issue a memo of technical memo, because your code in your LDC references FDOT drainage manual, and in my opinion, you can issue a technical memo saying that you are requiring NOAA Atlas 14. This is really important, not just for OLF, but it's important for everything that gets built in Escambia County, including county projects, including basin studies. Just thought I'd throw that out there for you. Thank you.
That's it.
Commissioner McGosh.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. And I wanted this on the agenda so that people knew that we are considering the offer and we're talking about it. And I know staff is working on it, but the five of us never get to talk about things unless we're at a meeting here. So I know the OLF 8 process has been long. It's been very frustrating. And a lot of the folks have, explained that they live right next door and have property that borders on there. Well, I do too, for 20 years. And, the property, as we all know on this dais, was always supposed to be acquired. It was the reason that we spent money to acquire it was for jobs. And so at every stage of this evolution of this plan, we have made compromises. I mean, it was supposed to be 636 acres for high quality, high paying jobs. Well, that got whittled down, and I get it. But I just want to point out, we're not at the end of the negotiation yet. I appreciate folks coming passionately, but we're not done yet. We've got another offer from D.R. Horton, $24.1 million. I will point out a couple things about this offer. It's 27 pages. I think some of the language is very onerous. I haven't even spoken to the lawyer about it, but have you gone through it, Allison? And
Oh, absolutely,
okay.
yes, sir.
So we're still working on it, and I'm pretty confident that we're going to be sending a response. But here's the thing. One of the speakers has said, well, why don't you put it out to bid? So far as I'm concerned, it is out to bid. There are other people looking at it right now. There's 2 other very serious buyers that are looking at it. I'm somewhat disappointed we haven't heard their offer yet, because this contract's been out and now they're in the catbird seat. They can see what D.R. Horton's been offered and, maybe make a better offer, maybe make an improved deal. But here's the thing about D.R. Horton. I get a lot of people complaining about them. I'm not a cheerleader for D.R. Horton, but they're the only ones who stepped up and made us an offer with a cash offer. So, and I will say another thing about D.R. Horton. Other areas of the country, they build very quality products. Right here in Escambia County, they have been, with their feet held to the fire, if they want to build in certain neighborhoods, they've been forced to build to a higher standard, and they're capable of doing it. So this idea that they're going to come in and build tiny houses with vinyl siding, that's not going to happen. The issue with the master plan, I've heard from a number of people, is there's some issues with it. There was no engineering done. So we've got beautiful pictures and these streets laid out but there is no engineering to go along with it. Where's the water? Where's the sewer? Where are these major infrastructure items going to be? So there has to be some minor tweaks to it. And I believe Marina Curry, who I've spoken with from DPZ, even acknowledged that. There will be some changes. Now, what I like about this kind of plan is it's more acreage for jobs. That was what we were supposed to have in the first place. We got more acreage. But compared to the compromise DPZ plan, here's the other thing that this is. This is less than half the residential units. Because living there for 20 years in Beulah, one thing I know, people that like me, people that don't like me, everyone agreed we didn't want housing on that field. I heard that from a lot of people because of all the apartments and all the subdivisions and all the traffic. So this plan, if it was to go forward like this, results in half the number of housing units. It still has a town center. It has a lot of green spaces. The entire western side of it is a green space. It's got the 240 acres for jobs and a lot less housing and the things that we all wanted, the amenities, the restaurants, the shops, the retail. So what we're talking about now is how it's laid out, how it's designed. We could work through that in the contract. Again, I do stand by the spirit of the master plan, the uses, the types of facilities that are constructed. But I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle if we have to make some minor modifications because it's not buildable, it's not economically viable or feasible the way it was laid out. And that's what I'm hearing from people. So I would stay tuned to the process. And listen, I understood what my counterpart said. People make wild accusations. It's the Wild West on Facebook and these chat sites, but it is kind of chilling when you start talking about people getting murdered. I mean, not one of us up here gets a dime out of any of this, especially not me. We all have our own businesses that we're in, and we serve the community as county commissioners. Someone earlier today said we're voting raises for ourselves. That's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. We all get paid a set wage that's set by the state every year in September. And look that up, fact check me if you don't believe it. We all know what we get into when we sign up for it, but I don't know about anyone else. I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but speaking for myself, I grew up in this community. I've spent 20 years in Beulah. I want a better community there. That's why we're going to do a master plan for the overall community. Should have been done 20 years ago when I bought my house, but it wasn't. I don't have a time machine. But I know this, and I've said this over and over like a broken record. There's not one full-service restaurant in Beulah. Not one. We've got, 25,000 people there now, maybe 30? And we have to drive out of Beulah to get a full-service meal. I mean, now, we did finally get a McDonald's. I mean, we got a Pizza Hut. How about a full-service restaurant where I can get a nice steak? That's coming, and that's going to be part of this deal. So I would say don't jump the gun. Please don't demonize us. We're trying to do the best we can up here. I know that I am. I mean, because remember, at the end of the day, I'm going to live right across the field from this as well. I'm not going to vote for anything that's stodgy or second-rate. But I think we're going to get some services. The post office, you mentioned the post office, Mr. Campbell. I talked to the postmaster. They're not in the business right now of building more post offices. They're closing them. I thought it would be a good idea to have a distribution center and a big branch because we could use it. She put the kibosh on it. She said no. So we've had those meetings. I would like to have a post office there too, believe me. My mail doesn't always come. It sometimes ends up in the guy around the corner and we have to switch out. But I say all that to say, but I wanted this discussed because I can't talk with them anytime unless it's at a meeting like this. So I want to hear from my counterparts, and I want to know what you think about this offer and what you think going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Jeff. Jeff, just to reply before I get to Commissioner Berry, and you're absolutely right. This project would have never passed if it was not an economic development project for all of Escambia County. And I appreciate your constituents and their input, and we have compromised all the way down. That's why there was a study by DBZ. When we initially went after this project, it was a jobs creation for high-paying jobs for the citizens of Escambia County. Right. No offense, not for Beulah, not for one nature trail, not for one particular neighborhood. It was for all of Escambia County. That's why it was a partnership between the local government, state government, and the federal government to create high-paying jobs for the citizens of Escambia County. And so, as you said, being a flexible body of governance, we acquiesce it and say, okay, well, let's do studies. Let's partner with Navy Federal. So all the way down the line, we have accepted there were initial developers that were engaged in this project that are no longer involved. I remember people like Jim Cronley getting demonized after coming up with this idea. I mean, because no one was ever good enough. I mean, and so, you know what? We're going to have to make decisions on where we're going to go. And, I'm going to support the neighborhood because I support those who are geographically tied to the project. People should decide, to a certain extent what their neighborhood looks like. But this is not a one neighborhood, one area project. This is not Beulah's project. This is a Escambia County project. But I've been very supportive of you in your district in respecting it. But when people begin to question the integrity, I don't mind making decisions that people don't like, because quite frankly, I don't represent one person in Beulah, but I do represent people who were promised jobs on that site. And so, you know what? We have a whole nother constituency of people who have expectations of promises that were made from that property a long time before anybody here began to think about it. Before I was ever elected, it was worked on. And I'm sorry if you're Johnny come lately to the party, but this project has been worked on for the last 25 years. That's right. 25 years that this project has been worked on. And it's been worked on for the good of the citizens, not to the benefit of anyone. I mean, the people, quite frankly, the developers that were engaged that could have possibly benefited are no longer even around this project. They're long gone, and they invested a lot of equity in this project. And quite frankly, none of us will be on the board when that thing is totally built out. I mean, no, unless they put a cemetery out there. None of us are going to be out there when that project is finished. I mean, so it's what's good for the next generation for me, what's for my children and my grandchildren. Commissioner Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of compromise out there, and you know, from the beginning of the discussion, I mean, I didn't want any residential on the property, but that's not, you know, that was not the intent of the, I mean, in my opinion, that was not the intent of the firm that we hired to do the master plan to start with, and that was not the, you know, that's not the outcome that we ended up voting for. So, nonetheless, as we're talking about specifically about this discussion or this negotiating with D.R. Horton. You know, I think the response, our response to their, you know, to their offer a few weeks back, the terms with which that response was written, I thought were good terms. Were terms that I thought it was important that we would respond in a way under terms we would actually close, and I think that's still important in the, you know, good faith negotiating. And you know, Jeff, you mentioned a couple of folks that are watching this. They're, you know, I think reasonably there, you know, maybe even a few more than that. I think there's a number of folks that are watching, but those discussions won't begin in earnest until something happens. If you know, if we're able to execute a contract with Horton, then you know, then we're probably, you know, beginning to negotiate 240 acres, you know, in discussions with somebody. If we aren't able to execute a contract with Horton, then you know, we're kind of back to the full Monty. For the up for discussion or up for receiving proposals, which I think you know, the last 6 months have been a positive aspect in that it's gotten onto people's radar, onto some people's radar that have the resources to actually, you know, to actually fully develop the property. So that's a good thing. There are terms in the, you know, in their response that came this time that are still you know, unacceptable to me. What can't happen is us allow, you know, this is in this case them, but to me it's anyone with basically a, you know, whether it's a 12-month, 18-month, whatever time frame you want to put on there, an option with you know, basically an option on the property with no money going hard during that time period. That, you know, where it's fully refundable, that's, you know, we're just basically allowing a, you know, a very valuable public asset to be tied up with no skin in the game during that time period, and that's not something that I'm willing to you know, to acquiesce off of. So I would be of the opinion that still I mean, you know, we've sent one response back. This would be a second response. I don't think that's unreasonable as far as, you know, trying to negotiate a large deal. So I think in good faith, if we, you know, respond again with language, again, that we would actually close under, terms that we would actually close under, basically that's going to be eliminating a lot of the language that was reinserted. One of the copies that we got back from them, Allison, I think was redlined with deletions and everything. So we just, if we go back to the language with which we responded last time, I'm still comfortable with that language. I'm still comfortable with the way that the amount of money going hard during that time period and the terms under which it would go hard that we responded last time. I'm comfortable with that. You know, I think the dollar amount is in the, you know, is in the ballpark. That's a reasonable dollar amount. I think, you know, still a response maybe at 26, you know, rather than their 24.1 is still maybe appropriate. And if you know, if the response from them is acceptable on terms, I think there's quite a bit, you know, the money part of it. I think we're much closer on an acceptable number to me than we are the terms.
Yeah.
And it's the number that, you know, maybe there is some, you know, if we respond at 26, maybe there's still a little bit of wiggle room there from my side. But the terms under which I don't see, from my point of view, I don't see a lot of wiggle room under those terms. They're going to need to be very, very, very close to the terms we respond in again to actually be able to execute this contract. And like I said, I don't think it's been a bad exercise at all. I think we've brought, you know, some more folks to the table, and you know, maybe it's something we you know, maybe we should have gotten into this boat, you know, 2 years ago, and maybe we'd be a year ahead of where we are now. But
Stephen,
nonetheless,
since we're having this conversation, I appreciate the candor. What about the requested zoning variances that they have in the contract? There's two specific ones.
there's language in there. We can't agree to
can't
that in
agree,
a
yeah.
contract legally. And the thing is, Jeff, they've done.
We can't guarantee that we'll do it.
No, you know,
Right. Can't be
they
a part of the contract,
and
yeah.
they've done enough business, not just in municipalities and subdivisions of states, but directly with them. This is not an unheard of transaction for them, I'm sure, nationally especially. So those are terms we can't execute a contract with those terms in there. So, and I'm sure that they're aware of that. So no, we can't have that in there, Jeff. And you know, I think the one, and I think we did include this in there last time, a circumstance where the money was not hard, where it was refundable. If our board proactively took an action to stop them from getting what it would appear they're entitled to in a master plan,
Then they get a refund.
then they would get a refund. And
That's reasonable.
when that issue was raised to me, I said, you know what, that's a reasonable concern, because then that's us taking a proactive action that denies them entitlements that they're assuming. But other than that, there's not many terms where I see money is going to be refundable. I mean, it's you know, we're not a distressed seller. We are, you know, I would like to do something. I know my colleague to my left, we would like to move the property, realize some money out of it, and show what a good decision we made, you know, 10 years ago getting started in it. You know, it looks like it's going to have been a good decision at some point in time, but right now we're still money out. But it's going to have been a good decision. One day it will be viewed that way. I think history will see the decision from 10 years ago as a good one to get started on this. But like I said, I would be deleting everything that was reinserted by them and their response to us back at 26 million. And if they're good with that, then maybe we can execute a contract. And if they're not, then maybe we, you know, have to begin other discussions.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Stephen.
Commissioner Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen, I would agree with a lot of what you said. You know, I would say that I think the master plan had residential housing, which I'm fine with. I would prefer more of the multifamily than the single family. So, you know, I mean, they've got 437 single family units, and you know, to me that's excessive. I think although that, you know, we had wanted to hold 250 acres for, you know, commercial industrial development on the north side, I would be curious at how this current layout may limit that. I think, you know, although it says that there are 241 acres that would remain in our possession, my guess is the amount of usable land is probably closer to 150 or less. And, you know, I would have some concerns with that. And, you know, and then we talk about, you know, walkability. I don't think the current design, you know, lends itself to that. I don't think that you're going to, you know, I mean, I understand that there might be a large wholesale box retailer that wants to come in, but I don't think people want to be walking past their parking lot on the way to the amphitheater or you know, whatever that town center is. You know, I mean, I think the idea was that we tried to link Navy Federal a little bit more, you know, to where people that lived there could walk or ride their bikes to work, and not having, you know, again, it looks like you're going through a somewhat very retail area, that with that town center being plopped up north of there. So, you know,
Robert, what about responding under terms? Our last response didn't include a map. Our last response included language, and What about a response including the language and a number without basically, without responding with the map as part of it?
Sorry, what, so, because I thought what we were thinking was there's that hashtag that goes through there in that center line. I was looking at everything south. I know that a lot of it's wetlands and things like that, and looks like there's some topography here that I'm seeing that you probably couldn't build industrial something there. You probably might be able to squeeze in some townhomes. I don't know. I don't know what it looks like right there, but so what's your question?
So I guess my question is, what about a response that doesn't include, because our response is we own that, we certainly control that. We accept, we receive whatever they send us and we send back what we want. That we respond again with a contract and a number under terms, again, that we would close under those terms without responding without the acceptance of the map that they've actually submitted to us. Because I am, honestly, Robert, very optimistic. Part of my work, part of this work, hey, you don't have an optimistic attitude every day. You get up and go, and why? Why get up and go?
Sure.
You got to be optimistic. So I'm hopeful that we can come to terms in the contract that we would actually be amenable to. That is my concern. I'm concerned that we received an offer from them. We struck and deleted a large portion of the language,
just put it back in.
And it appears to have been inserted back in, if not fully, in large part inserted back in. But I do feel like whether we can get to terms or not, we need to address this issue to get it dealt with one way or another. Either we've got something we can really get into the weeds and work out a contract with them, or if they can't, regardless of the map.
I hear what you're saying.
I have issues with the map too, but I'm not ready to get into the details of the map part if we can't come to the language terms, because that's a deal breaker to me, and I feel like I don't like the map exactly how it is, but if we can come to terms in language, then I feel like
it's a start.
We can start to come to terms in perhaps in the image. But if we can't get some of those terms deleted and some of our terms inserted, then it's an exercise in futility, and we just need to, thank everyone for their time. And sometimes things, as my dear friend on my left says, sometimes things just don't work out. And
All right, I agree with you, Stephen, and that's the thing is that I want to see, as much as you want to see this successful for you guys, I want to see it successful for you guys and for the community, and I don't want to not have that be true just because we bid at the first apple we came across. So I would say, I'm just going to state my position is that I'm not afraid to hold on to this property as long as it takes to get the right the person that's going to come in and develop this, what we think is the appropriate way. So I don't think 437 single-family homes is that way. I'm not opposed to having residential. I'd rather see density than
okay, while we're talking about
space,
it,
so.
I will tell you, I don't really understand from the private sector side, from whether it's Horton or ABC Builder, whoever, DEF developer. It's, and I'm not a developer, but just looking at the equity that exists, and if if on some level the assessment is going to be just a pure ROI, what's going to produce ROI? I don't understand how a large portion devoted to single-family residential creates the ROI that is ideal when you can, knowing what you can do, just peel out, just say 10 acres, knowing what equity potentially exists on 10 acres of single-family versus 10 acres of multifamily or higher density, even if it's, retail on the ground, multifamily above it or residential above it. I don't understand how that large of a mix of single family creates the optimal ROI. But again, it's not my business. I don't really understand it, but okay. I mean, the number, I will say this, you know, whether it's 24, 26, on, you know, an acquisition of 290 acres or whatever that number is, and I don't know how my colleagues, that number is in the ballpark of a number that I'm good with. You know, this, you know, based on conversations with our, you know, we've only got a handful of, you know, really active commercial appraisers, but that seems like it seems like we're in the ballpark number-wise. Now, like I said, the exact layout, I don't love that, but it's the language that has to be right before I think it's really worth a lot more staff time, you know, before we get into the minutia of trying to hammer out the pretty pictures. If we can't get the language right, then we need to just, again, we need to just say it's you know, we appreciate the efforts of everyone and see what someone else may have in mind.
Stephen, I think these single family homes above where it says 170, we need jobs, you know, and honestly, Santa Rosa's kicking off doing an OLF, you know, a switch right now, and it's 100% commercial.
Absolutely.
You know, it's industrial. It's right next to their current park, and they're building it out, and they're going, and I'm happy for them.
I'd be happier for us,
right?
But incrementally, I'm happy.
But this plan right here takes us out of the running to probably do most of what we could want to do and put jobs out. I mean, again, everything where all that single family is north of the 170 acres where it says on the thing. I think we've just very much limited ourselves on what we can do commercial. You know,
But Robert, you're not listening. That picture is what they want to do.
No,
that's
I understand.
That's not what we're going to.
I hear it. That's what Stephen's saying. But that's what I'm just telling you where I am.
We got to get the contract first.
Right. We got to get the language worked out. I'm just going ahead and saying where I don't know how this.
And frankly, the conversation about jobs, that was 6 years ago, and that's what I lobbied strenuously from this microphone all around this dais, saying no housing, it's a jobs project. No housing, and everyone gave in, and so that ship has sailed, Robert. That ship has sailed, Robert.
But let's not keep giving in.
Well,
I mean, it's if they can do it.
I'm trying to get as much as I can, man.
Well, then. You know, anyway, so Stephen, I hear what you're saying. I support that.
And
if we can't agree on the language, then there's no point in trying to work out the map.
And we may end up there, Robert. I mean, it's still there's still a dynamic nature to it. We still, you know, you never know what offer may be coming in the future. But what I don't want to do, I don't want to allow us to burn through another 4 or 5 months and still be kind of going back and forth with Horton. I want to. You know, hey, the number's not that bad. If we have a realistic chance of executing something, let's get in the weeds and see if we can. But if they can't delete a large portion of the language and insert our language, then it's genuinely an exercise in futility, and we need to move on to another discussion with someone. And that may be in that scenario. We may be looking at somebody that's looking at everything, or we may be looking at somebody that's looking at 100 acres on the north end for, just an industrial, light industrial development. So, I do think some of that exists currently, but no one is going to, regardless of the opinion of Horton, by whether it's us or our constituents, they have spent some money in this effort. I don't know how much, but they've spent some money, certainly. It's 6 figures, I'm sure, for the pretty plans. I mean, those things are expensive. So just understanding that, the other folks that may be interested in the discussion aren't willing to put any resources, whether it be financial or just time, it's all financial. They're not going to be willing to put any kind of resources towards a discussion or a development of an idea until we address this or have this off the table one way or another, either executed or not executed, because then they can cut out what they can look at. Maybe they're looking at the whole thing eventually, but. Well,
and I would just say this, I don't think bidding's closed right now, if that's what people want to say. We're certainly not under contract, and if there was a serious buyer that wanted to make an offer, I'd say.
There are serious folks. No, there's still a nature of good faith in those things, and I do not think that anyone is going to take a lot of action until we dispose of this either in a positive or a not positive way, in my opinion, unless you know something different. And I have talked to a number of them that are simply waiting on a disposal of this, either executed or not executed.
And Steve, let me just comment, Robert, because Robert, I think you're right, and Jeff, I think you're right. When people say you need to put it back, no one's going to bid on a municipal project as long as you have somebody at the table. I mean, there's proprietary rights. I mean, there are ideas that people spend a lot of money for, so they're not going to lay their thing out because, quite frankly, you got to discuss it in meetings like that, so they're not going to do it. Jeff, you're absolutely right. I don't want to say we gave in because I don't like bullies, you know, even though they yell from the mic. But what I think we did do was we compromised. And I yielded myself to the leadership of that district. And, you know, and I think I followed you and your predecessor in, well, not necessarily your predecessor, but following you on outline field 8 of what you wanted in Stephen because it it directly affects your district. And you're absolutely right. It was a jobs project from the beginning. That wasn't a secret. When we voted, when we spent $17 to $19 million of all the taxpayer money, that's exactly what we said, that we were going to create high-paying jobs, light industry, no smokestacks, nothing that would pollute a community, something that would be nice and be facaded. We bought enough land because it is the last flat land that we have. I mean, you know, south of Century. There's nowhere else to go for development and job creation. And so, quite frankly, people in all of our districts in the south, they need jobs that are accessible that they can drive to. So jobs was the #1 priority. That was the promise to the taxpayers. We didn't promise them housing. We didn't promise them town centers. We didn't promise them parks at Navy Federal. The only promise that was made was jobs. You know, and so you're right. We hired DPZ. They came in. It was a compromise. People wanted this. Quite frankly, that's what happens when you get involved in politics. So, Jeff, I'm going to continue to support your leadership. There are a couple things for me. You know, my colleague to the right, and I'll certainly economically support him. Whenever you look at property, and I've talked to enough developers, and I'm not a developer. I'm a builder. I mean, I acknowledge that. But whenever you look at something that's as large as that piece of property, every acre is not valued at the same price. Particularly, I mean, when you get the store frontage, the easy accessible land, sometimes it's worth 2 or 3 times more. I mean, if you're talking, you know, the 9 Mile side versus the north side, it could be 5 times worth. So for me, you know, if I was negotiating the deal, you know, it would start at 30 million, maybe 28 million. You know, that's just where it would start for me in negotiating that. That's #1 for me. #2, we hadn't got to the deal. When we look at who are we creating these jobs for, Jeff, and we hear it over and over again, we're creating the jobs for people at Navy Federal. We're creating these jobs for our school teachers. The average salary Navy Federal, around $45,000, $55,000. They have not denoted whether or not this is going to be workforce housing. So what travesty it would be if we created this housing in a gated community and the very citizens who paid for it couldn't afford it, that you got to be an executive at Navy Federal to afford it. And so, you know, when you give all this up without first getting that in writing, then that's problematic for me. Because what happens to the secretary at Navy Federal, what happens to the person that works in the lunchroom and the person that's working security, that they can look over at Outline Field 8 and wave, but they can never afford to live there. So, I mean, you have to align your job creation and your pay scale with the houses that you're going to build. Are they going to go in there and, okay, we're going to do rentals, we're going to do multifamily. Is the rent going to be $2,800 a month? Where our people can't afford it, where they get boxed out again, and, you know, people can't live there, the average salary of the citizen. So those are the points for me to support it, Jeff. I mean, you know, if you guys go at 26 million, that's where y'all, I'm not at 26. I'm certainly at closer to 30. You know, I really am. I mean, because I've talked to enough developers to say how much more valuable that piece is than another piece, which is okay. And my second point is, how do we take advantage of the opportunity to keep some public land for public infrastructure and go after Triumph dollars that works hand in hand with our economic development arm, our public ability to get public dollars from Triumph to be able to offset. So we can give incentives to companies to come in there and to do jobs that give people enough money to be able to live if we are going to create residential. So that's where I am on negotiating, Jeff. I mean, we can go negotiate. I'm not taking votes without somebody telling me how. I don't believe in rent controls, but how many workforce housing, how many houses are you going to put in that's less than $250,000 to $300,000, or how many apartments are you going to provide that provides rent that people can afford? you know, and so for me, you know, I mean, I think me and Teresa have had that conversation. I've said all along, it has to be something that's affordable for the average citizen. If not, why would we take public dollars and create a gated community? I don't think that that's right for me. So,
I appreciate that.
and so Jeff, that's where I am, and we can stay here and see who shot John all night. Like I said, after 7:30, I don't care.
No, I appreciate that. So Wes and Allison, what are the next steps then? You've heard from the board. How quickly can we get this counteroffer and this language changed?
Commissioner McGosh, I believe we can have this counteroffer turned around Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, if not sooner.
Okay. Does that sound good to you guys?
I'm hiring, I'm just telling you.
I mean, really, we don't, if we're not going to send back a map, it's not necessarily important to send back a number. If we can't,
the language.
If we can't get the language the way that it needs to be, then it's an exercise in futility.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe we just leave a number blank. Because if we can't get a clear agreement to our language, then I'm not going to be comfortable moving forward with it, no matter what it is. Because it could be $100 million. We could be executing a contract for $100 million.
Right.
But if the language stays the way it is, we're never going to see that.
Right.
It's
It may
just-
never close. Correct.
Well,
Yeah.
I agree
yeah,
with Steve.
you know, so maybe we just
Jeff,
leave
I
it
agree with Steve
blank.
wholeheartedly on
No,
that.
no, yeah, no, the language has to revert to our language. So that's what we're going to do?
A blank number, blank, no map, no number.
Well, not a blank number, like 24.1.
Yeah, I really don't mind a blank number, you know, just say it's going to be north of their number, and we just leave it blank, no map, and the language that we have.
All right, sounds
And
good.
Jeff, I bet I can get you 2 votes for anything you want. If they relocate Forest Creek, the Pines, and Oakwood Terrace there. I mean, you got 2 votes with me, baby. And we're used to living in a gated community. We got a cement wall and barbed wire, so you know what? We want to move out there.
Sounds good.
But the Pines, yeah, let's relocate. I'm there.
Oh, boy.
We'll have diversity in Beulah, baby.
This is going off the rails, okay.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else? Well,
Is that clear enough?
Do you have anything else,
direction
Wes?
for Allison,
Allison, you got anything else?
that's good?
She's trying to get out of here. You see her? Yeah. All right. With that, we stand adjourned.